If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park. And inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the garden city feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park. And a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green-growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planter terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. You have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore, if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage, and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one, and that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself, and then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours, and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark, and then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere, and I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel?
1, you need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're gonna make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are gonna seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. 1, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ad at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per thousand. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent, like January and February, that's a reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges, or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you posted on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You got to make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. My first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while, and I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the like profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So, don't forget to smash like and subscribe, and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is live stream shopping, one of the hottest trends in China. Every night, tens of millions of people watch live shows hosted by influencers like Via and buy the products they recommend. On e-commerce and social apps like Taobao and Douyin, the sister app of TikTok.
我觉得已经改变了大家的购物的方式。其实各种各样的产品，哪怕你不买，你也可以来看。当然，你看了你就有可能会买。
It's not about, only shopping. It's about the experience. It's about having fun. You got to see 3D. You got to see in some kind of action. It's almost like a theater act.
The internet craze has taken over China. By the end of 2020, the country had almost 400 million live stream shopping users. China's live stream e-commerce market has also grown dramatically, with an estimated value of $161 billion in 2020. It's becoming popular outside China as well. So, is live streaming the future of shopping? Live streaming is not a new thing. In China, it started in 2015 with the rollout of 4G. And it was first used for entertainment and socializing. Many live streamers performed for their followers or chatted to them, making money by receiving virtual currency and gifts. In the West, live streaming is mainly the domain of avid gamers. In China, it's broken into e-commerce.
China actually has a very big e-commerce empire, so it uses these super apps, what we call, that you have payment, you have search of information, you have recommendation system, and you have huge amount of goods available on the platform, and as well as a lot of consumers. So with this advantage, they merge these features of live streaming to make the influencers actually sell goods.
Here is a perfect choice. Nice neutrals, beautiful print, nothing overwhelming, and the warmth and comfort of flannel. This is item.
Traditional TV shopping involves a one-way direction, whereby a host introduces a product, demonstrates certain things, and say, call this number or something. But live stream shopping is live. That in itself is a very, very big difference. It causes different psychology. And live stream shopping is a very entertaining way of actually engaging someone else.
When you shop, actually, this live streaming video will continue. It will minimize into a corner, and you can buy the items and pay all on the same app. And after that, the live streaming screen will just enlarge by itself, and the promoter will come back to screen. So it's very convenient.
Taobao, one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms owned by tech giant Alibaba, added a live streaming function in early 2016. In the following years, other e-commerce and social platforms like JD and Douyin also integrated this feature.
开头的时候还是有很多的挑战的，对画面的这个流畅，然后是否能够很真实的去还原商品，它其实在这个上面是有很高的这个门槛跟技术的这个卡口在的。
不管是我们的这个用户的接受度，还是商家的这个上手的这个难度都很高。但是这几年下来，基本上难点在不断被突破的。
Over $70 billion worth of goods was sold via live stream on Taobao in the year through March 2021. Latest surveys show that over 60% of live stream users in China were watching shopping shows, and over 65% of them shopped at least once via live stream. In 2020, live stream shopping got a huge boost during the pandemic, when millions of people were in lockdown and many retailers were pushed online.
People, during the lockdown, felt like there's a need for more social interactions. This live platform creates an interesting kind of environment that gives people the sense that I'm actually interacting with you. And then live stream shopping brings in a lot more variety of things that people could buy and satisfy, the sense of like losing control, especially during the pandemic.
At the heart of this craze are the top influencers who have tens of millions of followers and sell products worth millions of dollars every night. They often use their star power to get bargains from retailers, which in turn boosts their own sales and influence.
So if you think about China's live streaming, you have to know the king and queen of the influencers. The queen of live streaming, Via, she is actually having the biggest viewership and the biggest sales volume for a long time on Taobao platform. She can sell everything from like Gucci sunglasses, lipsticks, homes, and cars. One time she offered her followers to go on a Tesla ride with her, and she even, for once, sold a rocket launch in her live streaming room for 40 million yuan. The king will be Li Jiaqi, more widely known as Lipstick's brother. He used to be a cosmetic sales before he turned into live streaming e-commerce, and he knows a lot about the cosmetics. So he's the one that will actually put the lipsticks on himself when he's on the show.
Top live streamers like Via and Li Jiaqi have become celebrities in China and can earn millions of dollars a year. Although not everyone can be as popular, mid-ranking live streamers like Tiffany still earn a good income through sales commissions.
如果说单从收入方面来讲的话，那主播的收入是比普通的工作要高很多。但是呢，主播这个工作时刻对身体，包括对精神都有很大的一个考验的。就是每天需要集中精力，然后长达5-6个小时，这种状态是很累的。而且这5-6个小时的话，你是脑子是不停的，然后嘴巴是不停的，然后手也是不停的，眼睛也是不停的。像我们做主播，不是说单一的只做直播一件事情，然后还会有选品的一些工作，然后还会有一些其他的事情排在里面，其实是没有个人生活的。那我觉得增强粉丝影响力的话，不是说某一件事情。可能今天做了什么事情你就增大了影响力，而是每天不断的内容的输出，粉丝不断的可能对你的了解，慢慢的信任你。
没有芝麻酱的味道，如果吃不习惯的话就慎买。
A lot of successful live streamers are generally very good at communication. They're very good at articulating very simply what a product does, what a product doesn't do. In order for them to sell, they need to be trustworthy and appear trustworthy, and they need to show in some ways that they're authentic, right? So for Via and Li Jiaqi, they are able to articulate that quite a bit through their body language, through what they say. For example, Li Jiaqi will also sometimes say bad things about certain products because to him that's his honest opinion, and sometimes people want to hear that. And so they seem very credible, they seem very trustworthy, and don't forget, they're also very entertaining and very interesting. If you're familiar with Li Jiaqi, he won a Guinness record for like the most lipstick applications to models in like 30 seconds. So if you're able to create a lot of buzz with interesting things that you do, people who may not want to buy lipsticks will also stream in just to watch what he does. And then from there, you might get hooked.
这就是一般女生出门的时候涂的口红的颜色。
Live streamers also use sales techniques such as limited time or supply. This sense of scarcity can often encourage viewers to buy.
The platform in itself creates and enhances some of these things because you see it live. Something we call social proof has taken over, meaning that, hey, other people are interested, other people are joining in, other people want the same product. and they add it in the chat and they ask questions and they say, oh, I want this too. What happens then? It makes the whole product even more scarce.
But it's not just influencers. Local farmers, luxury brands, even mutual funds have also started their own live stream shows.
Working with very top-tier live streamers can be risky. It's not necessary that the benefits will end up with the brand. So we see company executives opening their own shows, and we see like P&G have their own sales room, which runs shows every day as well. We also have like local governors in like small towns to sell their agricultural products. So the live streaming is definitely transformed the way product owners can think about how to reach their consumers, and it enables a lot of players to actually sell.
Live stream shopping is going global. Merchants in Southeast Asia have embraced this trend. And in the West, Amazon has upgraded its live streaming function, adding interactive features like chat rooms. Companies, including Google and Facebook, are also developing and investing in technologies to integrate video and e-commerce.
直播电商它其实已经开始成为主流，它未来的发展空间跟潜力都是巨大的。
接下来大家会越来越依赖这种购物方式，会变成一个比较日常化、比较规范化的这么一个趋势。
If you look at the numbers alone, their numbers alone, Li Jiaxi's numbers or Via's numbers, you know that they can sell and you know that they can generate revenue. Are they able to sustain it over a long period of time? It depends on how innovative they are at changing some of the things that they do.
But you can't expect consumers one day turn into virtual shopping for good. There will be the nature of us that crave to go into the store, to touch the goods and actually wear it and see how it looks like and walk around in that with our friends. And those things wouldn't be replaceable with live streaming.
You could imagine that the oceans are actually the largest battery. We're storing huge amounts of energy in the oceans. The wave motion can be very deep. It can extend down several hundred meters. And once it gets to the near shore, from about 50 meters, the whole water column is moving backwards and forwards.
As we search for ways to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, some are looking to a largely untapped potential source of renewable energy. In theory, waves off the coast of the United States alone could generate over 2 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity a year, enough to power more than half of the country.
Waves intensify and subside not as quickly as the wind, and that means that it can produce a smoother power generation curve. One of the potential advantages of wave energy is that it could act as a complementary source of power compared to other renewables on the grid if it were to be scaled up to commercial scale.
For decades, engineers have been trying to convert wave energy into electricity, but a host of technological and financial challenges have complicated their efforts.
In the years from around 2006 to 2015, there were a spate of bankruptcies in the sector, and this was largely because of a lack of kind of continuous proven projects out at sea with reliable electricity generation.
Since then, companies have been trying to develop the technologies at a steadier pace and with a smaller cash burn. But the same questions remain. Can companies develop devices and technologies that actually work? Is wave energy just a novelty or something that can become a major renewable energy source?
The sea is a very challenging environment within which to operate a power project. So seawater is corrosive and conditions are very rough. So this means that power projects don't have a very long lifetime, and it increases operating and maintenance costs.
Partly because of that, many early wave energy projects hit rough waters, such as the Palamas Wave Energy Converter in Portugal and the Isla Limpet project in Scotland. But that hasn't stopped others from trying.
Companies are focused on testing projects out at sea, proving their durability, trying to raise capital and bring down cost. The sector hasn't really converged around one single technology design, and companies are kind of undecided about which design works best.
Finland-based AW Energy is a veteran in the sector. The first proof of concept of the company's device was made in the 90s after diver Rauno Koivusaari observed the strong back-and-forth movement of a hatch cover in a shipwreck in the Baltic Sea.
The waves are generated far from the coastline, so the wind blows on the surface of the water, causing the water particles to rotate. And that rotation extends deep down below the surface, and the waves can be very long. They can be several hundred meters long. And as they come into the near shore, this rotational energy turns into an elliptical energy, and eventually backwards and forwards, as you probably noticed if you've been swimming on the seashore in large waves, you're pulled in and out. That's the energy that we're extracting. There's a sweet spot where we deploy, so around 10 to 15 meters of water depth. That's where there's still strong wave energy coming in.
After years of research, prototyping and testing, the company has deployed Wave Roller, a 350 kilowatt device in the waters of Portugal. Wave Roller has an 18-meter wide and 10-meter high steel panel fixed to the seabed via a floatable foundation. The panel moves back and forth with the waves, capturing the energy.
It's submerged in the depth of 15 meters, so it's protected from the extreme waves. We generate electricity by capturing the movement with hydraulic circuitry in a machine room underneath the surface. That hydraulic energy we turn to electricity with hydraulic accumulators and hydraulic motors, and also a generator.
The Wave Roller has survived large waves at sea for over a year and delivered electricity via an underwater cable to the grid in Portugal. Meanwhile, the company has won a €2.5 million grant to work on an upgraded version of the Wave Roller, aiming to increase the electricity generation capacity to 1 megawatt. The upscaled device would have a bigger panel, 2 power takeoff units, and improved software to control the energy production.
We have taken into use a wave prediction algorithm that kind of tells us what kind of waves are coming into our device. That gives us few seconds to prepare for capturing more energy, and the difference in that is significant.
Our future plans are to deliver technology around the world. So I'm hoping we can be working on delivering technology to projects in Asia and also in the American continent as well.
Meanwhile, Israeli company EcoWave Power is taking a different approach to capturing the power of the ocean. For the company's founder, Ina Braverman, developing new sources of renewable energy is a personal mission.
I was born in Ukraine in 1986, and 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded, causing the largest in history nuclear disaster. I was one of the babies that got hurt from the negative effects of such explosion. I had a respiratory arrest and a clinical death. Luckily, my mother, a nurse, approached my crib on time and gave me a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which saved my life. I got a second chance in life and decided to do something good with it.
Growing up, Ina wanted to be a politician to positively change the world. After working as a translator at a renewable energy company, she decided to change paths.
Solar and wind energy were fully commercialized. There were a lot of amazing technologies implemented everywhere. I saw that wave energy, although it's an immense source of electricity, the biggest companies in the world are trying to develop wave energy with no success. And there was kind of a race going on in the world of who is the company that is going to develop a viable wave energy solution first.
In 2011, the then 24-year-old Inna co-founded EcoWave Power. Instead of installing devices offshore, the company's devices are attached to existing breakwaters, jetties, and piers.
Our technology is very cost efficient, especially in comparison to the offshore technologies, because we don't need any ships, divers, underwater mooring or cables. We install on existing man-made structures, and all our expensive equipment, the generator, the hydraulic conversion unit, the automation, is located on land just like a regular power station.
This is the EcoWave Power conversion unit that has been operating in Jaffa Port since 2014 until 2020. Here you can see how the technology works. Basically, the floaters are going up and down and pushing the hydro cylinders, which transmit biodegradable fluid into land-located accumulators. A pressure is being built. The higher the waves, the higher the pressure, which is used to turn the hydro motor, which is turning the generators. The whole system is controlled by a smart automation system, which you can see right here. And in case of upcoming storms, the system automatically raises the floater above the water level and keeps them in the upward position until the storm passes.
The company has been operating a 100-kilowatt grid-connected device in Gibraltar since 2016, which is enough to power 100 households. Currently, Inna and her team are working on another 100-kilowatt project at the port of Jaffa in Tel Aviv.
The project will be also the first time in the history of Israel that wave energy will officially connect to the electrical grid. And our goal going forward is to expand it to all suitable breakwaters in the city of Tel Aviv and to supply a significant part of the city's electricity needs.
Today, engineers and entrepreneurs are still trying to crack wave energy. Globally, only a few hundred kilowatts of wave energy are deployed, compared with gigawatts of offshore wind. But the field has come a long way in recent years, and with the right engineering solutions, this new power source could eventually become competitive with more mature renewables like solar and wind.
I would have a lot more confidence in the success of wave energy companies today as opposed to like 20 years ago. But in the next few years, or maybe the next couple of decades, it will be more likely to be used in remote locations like islands that are otherwise dependent on expensive diesel power, or out at sea on gas decommissioning rigs, or for powering underwater autonomous vehicles.
So definitely, wave energy can compete with other renewable energy sources, but I personally believe that this is not a competition. In order to have a 100% renewable energy friendly world, we need all renewable energy sources to work together.
Who are all these people from? Who are all these people from?
So can you please tell me? I'm not going to... please wait.
You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
He is making you, but you're like from this side. I mean, it's corrupt.
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Passi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama.
You scared me. You scared my children. I worked in this for 16 years.
So Rav Passi's journey into the darkest recesses of the Japanese corporate world started when he was the general counsel, the highest corporate lawyer position in the company.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested after allegations of serious misconduct.
He was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn. And he was told, conduct an internal investigation and get to the heart of the matter. And then along the way, he started to notice serious conflicts of interest.
He is one of the few people who knows an extreme amount of detail regarding the alleged crimes by Carlos Ghosn. And he's now ready to tell his own story on the record about some of the events that happened.
My name is Ravinder Passi. I'm the former Global General Counsel of Nissan Motor Co. Limited. And you could say, yes, I had a front row seat in terms of what was going on.
When Carlos Ghosn saved Nissan years ago, he was depicted in Japanese comic books as this hero, and now maybe we'll see comic books where he's the villain.
In corporate Japan, Nissan was quite an unusual company. It was led for 2 decades by a non-Japanese executive.
Well, Carlos Ghosn was a hero in the Japanese business world. If you had a global business celebrity in Japan and worldwide, it was definitely Carlos Ghosn.
In a country with few foreigners at the top, he stood out. But over the years, he saved Nissan from bankruptcy, allied with Renault and Mitsubishi, and turned the alliance into one of the most competitive in the world.
Yet as the years went on, you know, I think his ambitions changed a little bit. He started thinking about legacy plays, and one of them was to really tighten the alliance between Renault and Japan. And unbeknownst to him, there was a contingent of senior Nissan executives that were really felt threatened by that move. They really thought that they would lose complete control of the car company, and even in the government, there was probably a little bit of anxiety about a national champion in the auto industry falling under full-blown foreign control.
Carlos Ghosn was an auto industry leader, respected by many in Japan. Now he's in jail.
The arrest of Carlos Ghosn came completely out of the blue. This was in November of 2018. He was coming to Japan on Nissan's corporate jet for a regular executive meeting, and he was met on the tarmac by Japanese authorities who whisked him away to a jail and charged him with financial misconduct crimes.
So what happened was that a power struggle ensued inside the company, and somewhere along the way, it was criminalized. By that I mean that there were allegations leveled at Carlos Ghosn about the way he reported his pay to Japanese authorities, the way he handled money inside the company, that in other contexts might have been a board action, might have been handled internally. A number of executives at Nissan decided to take this difference and take it over to the Tokyo prosecutor's office, and that unleashed a chain of events that would shake the entire auto industry.
So after Carlos Ghosn was arrested, Nissan launched an internal investigation into the events that led up to his arrest.
So Rav Passi was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn, and he was told, get to the heart of the matter, find out what Carlos Ghosn did wrong and bring it to our shareholders.
It's really complicated because you had various things coming out of the weeds. 2018, the investigation has started, and we become aware of matters in terms of conflicts, actions by certain individuals that cause some concern because things might not quite be what they seem.
So in our story, we really took a close look at Harinada and his role in Carlos Ghosn's downfall.
Harinada is one of the most fascinating figures inside Nissan. He's also a lawyer. He's originally Malaysian. Hello, Mr. Hari. And he had a meteoric rise through the company and became very, very close to Carlos Ghosn and other top figures. He had a front row seat at all the major strategic deliberations at the company. And when he discovered that Carlos Ghosn, as his final legacy play, was going to tighten the relationship between Renault and Nissan, he made a decision to go against Carlos Ghosn. And he became one of the key figures that decided that Carlos Ghosn had to go.
Harinada was somebody who actually recruited me into the company, so I have a long-standing relationship with him, or did have a long-standing relationship with him. For many, many years, he was a mentor. I had doubts about the credibility of the process right at the start. Harinada had a plea deal with the Tokyo prosecutors. Now, that suggests he was intrinsically involved in some of the wrongdoing, or the allegations of wrongdoing, and it just didn't smell right, just doesn't sit right.
So there was a basic conflict of interest. In other words, Harinada had to deliver results to Japanese prosecutors to avoid his own criminal liability, and he's accusing and leading the investigation of Carlos Ghosn.
Some of the people who had been involved in the original alleged crimes were also looking into the affairs themselves. Ravinder Passi began pointing out some of these conflict of interest issues. And the reason for that is essentially his concern was for the company. If the company's own investigation into itself was compromised, that could lead to a very weak position in various lawsuits that it was dealing with across the world.
I had discussions with Harry, discussions with the statutory auditors about these conflicts, discussions with HR about some of these conflicts, because at that point, we reported into him. You know, at the time, everything was quite, as you can imagine, it was, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we've got to move fast. But when you step back and look at some of these things, you just think, my God, what was going on here? Because me, members of my team, were being placed in immediate danger. Your chairman's been arrested, a representative director's been arrested. They both happen to be foreigners. And then now what we need to do, we're being instructed to do, is certain compliance professionals need to go into properties in Brazil, for example, and retrieve evidence. They've got to do it very carefully, because if they don't do it carefully, they're going to get convicted of criminal activities. And likewise, when a team of lawyers were commissioned to go to Lebanon, I mean, one of my immediate concerns was, why are lawyers from Nissan being sent to go to Lebanon to retrieve evidence? These are just lawyers, they're corporate lawyers from Nissan. You had revelations that a number of executives had benefited from share appreciation rights when they shouldn't have. I mean, you know, substantive amounts of money being taken by these guys when they weren't entitled to take them. And you do think, yes, how is this going to look later on? It's going to look quite concerning. So that triggered for me the sort of assessment that, well, I'm going to have to do something, because up until this point, I haven't put down on paper these conflicts and these issues.
So Rav Pasi makes a fateful move. He writes this letter to the board listing every suspicion he has in great detail, backed up by evidence, backed up by memos of why this internal investigation had serious problems. He sends the letter to the board and it's crickets. He doesn't hear much of anything.
Nothing happened thereafter. Nothing at all. Just like it just gone into a black box.
And he began to suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, you know, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the Gohan Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. It eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up, and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually, he lost, you know, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, you know, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who had spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which, again, I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? This isn't a car company. This is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rob Posse didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Harinata is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly. But in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think, he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
This is the awful truth. There's always someone in the family that's pushing it.
This lady does not deserve to be taken advantage of, especially at your age with your own grandchild.
Yeah.
My grandma is having to sue them. I'm testifying against them. Nobody's talking. They're one floor below right now. I get afraid to go on the elevator. It's sad that it had to devolve to this.
It's like a soap opera to me.
It's a very sad thing.
It's a family feud. A family feud.
Here's a family that, on paper, you would think has the wealth that so many people seek, yet at the end of the day, it seemed to sort of rip everybody apart. My name's Tom Schoenberg. I'm a senior reporter here at Bloomberg News, cover financial enforcement. I was approached by someone close to the Schottenstein family and asked whether or not I would be interested in writing about Beverly Schottenstein and this case that she had against JP Morgan. And it was immediately clear that there was a great story here to be told. So I started just, assembling all sorts of documents that the family made available to me. That included a diary that Beverly had begun writing when she started having suspicions about what was actually going on with her money. Beverly obtained her wealth from the Schottenstein kind of retail empire that has at times included Big Lots, Value City, American Eagle Outfitters, DSW Shoes. Beverly's husband died, and at which point they sold off their portion of the company, bringing them an enormous amount of wealth at around 1990. Estimates of her wealth were around $90 million. She, for many years, had that pool of money being managed by outside advisors. Her grandsons in the late 2000s had both graduated and were becoming financial advisors. She gave them a little bit to work with, and over time, her grandson, Evan, became the trustee of her entire estate. Managing sort of family money is not a conflict. In fact, some ways in wealth management, it's kind of how you get your start. It's kind of the seed that you need to sort of get going in the business. But Beverly started having suspicions that something was wrong probably in around 2016.
Well, there were suspicious things, but taken separately without everyone talking about their own experiences, it was hard to really put it together.
She had written a check to her caretaker, Dawn, that bounced. So she went down to her local Chase branch to sort of find out what was going on. She wasn't getting paper statements in the mail, so she asked them to print out a number of her statements having to do with her checking account and her credit card account.
So we went to the bank and asked for the statements. And she got a whole year and going through all of them, page by page by page.
And it was there she saw all sorts of charges that she said she didn't authorize or didn't know about.
I was becoming very, very suspicious. I was starting to look in the money part, and that's what bothered me more when I saw that money was going, and I was not a big spender.
Around the same time, Dawn, she starts noticing Beverly's son, who lived in the condominium below her, came up with Evan with a shredder and started grabbing papers in her office area, including some with JP Morgan letterhead, and just started sitting at the kitchen table just shredding documents over and over.
Yeah, they came in one morning.
They used to do it in the back.
Through the back door, and they brought the shredder inside. And then they went in the drawers in the office and took out all the papers, and they started doing it. I was very suspicious because I know you don't go around and destroying papers.
Beverly said that they had done this many times before.
That's when she said to me, you know, Dawn, I'm going to write my feelings in this black book.
Diary.
And it's a diary, and she started writing. Each day she would write a little at a time.
Around the holidays of 2018, a package had arrived, a FedEx package, and in it were materials about a venture capital fund based out of the Cayman Islands. Dawn and some other family members take a look at this, and they see that Beverly is signed up for this fund to the tune of $5 million over the course of several years.
And that was really the beginning of it. That was sort of the tip of the iceberg when it became obvious that something was going on, that my grandmother really wasn't aware of this fund.
You know, Beverly started to panic. She got really upset and called, JP Morgan's headquarters in New York and asked for Jamie Dimon. She said she was told someone would call her back, but she says that never happened. She wrote a letter to Evan and Avi, and in there she laid out a number of things that were concerning her: unauthorized trading, the checking account. She had about $1 million worth of jewelry in a safe deposit box, and that her son Bobby had the key to that box, and that jewelry had gone missing. All this was kind of packaged in this, 5-page handwritten amendment to a will and trust.
There's such an evolving narrative about why the jewelry was taken. The only truth we really know is that the jewelry is gone. But why it happened, there have been a lot of different stories.
You just don't take your mother's wonderful things and hand it out.
And they emailed that note to J.P. Morgan to seize all activity on her account.
And it ended up setting off a firestorm after that. As soon as they got this email that there was a cease and desist and that she wanted to send her money and change brokerage firms, they were actually vacationing one floor below downstairs. They're there right now.
The next day, Beverly's in her place. The granddaughter's still in her place visiting. Dawn is there, and up comes Bobby kind of barging through the door. And he's screaming about what was sent to the JP Morgan. They're now investigating now. And he's furious, takes his mother and sort of puts her into a chair, gets pen and paper, and she says physically forced her to write a retraction letter.
They were pushing me around.
It was a scary time. I was really afraid too.
I had to take her to the doctor, and she did an x-ray because she was in so much pain.
The locks had to be changed. The phone number had to be changed. I really thought we were going to have to hire guards to be outside just for protection.
Oh, it was terrible.
Horrible scene.
Beverly brought her case before the Financial Industry Regulatory Authorities, usually known as FINRA. It took several months of hearings. She sees all sorts of transactions that's going on, hundreds of them that she claims that she never knew about, never authorized, but yet were logged in JP Morgan's files as having been direct requests from her. That included the sale of a large amount of Apple stock worth several $1 million, as well as all her stock in Big Lots. Over the course of their time with JP Morgan, Evan and Avi were making all sorts of trading on her account that was generating millions of dollars in commissions for themselves and the bank, yet she was not sort of getting any of the type of gains that you would expect sort of an $80 million account in a bullish market to be able to get. They issued a ruling entirely in her favor, finding that her grandsons, as well as JP Morgan, they were liable for violating their fiduciary duty, misrepresenting themselves, and they also found that the bank and her grandson, Evan, were liable for elder abuse. Evan and Avi, they were fired from JP Morgan. They issued an award of about $19 million. I reached out for comment, and JP Morgan emphasized that Evan and Avi were no longer with the firm and that their actions do not represent the sort of values of the bank. I reached out to Evan and Avi, heard back from their lawyer saying that, they disagree with the law and the facts that FINRA kind of used to decide the case against them and are seeing if they can have it withdrawn. Her son, Bobby, wrote her a letter, said his sons weren't criminals, and he also admits to taking her jewelry. And he says he needed it to pay off some bad business debts he had.
They never once came up to say, I'm sorry.
If there had been an apology and some acceptance and asking for forgiveness from my grandmother, I don't think we'd be in the position that we are now.
Since the piece came out, we've received dozens of messages from people, many of whom are telling their own sort of personal tales of, kind of financial advisors gone bad, or family members who got control of an estate and abused, those within. It seems that it's really resonated with a lot of people. I keep, hearing a lot of feedback about Beverly and how, a lot of people feel she did the right thing.
You're never too old to stand up for yourself and try to right an injustice. She was adamant that she wanted to stand up for herself, but at the end of the day, they did wrong.
It's a painful life lesson. Beverly taught them that you don't mess with grandma.
On April 20th, oil markets did something they never had before, and they crashed, went into negative territory and closed the day at minus $40. Meanwhile, in a place called Thaden Boyce in Essex, a group of 9 traders, led by a guy called Cuddles, made $660 million over the course of a couple of hours.
The price of oil has collapsed to a record low.
We've never really seen anything like it. WTI this morning down more than 35%.
People maybe wouldn't have been so surprised if the oil price had fallen to zero, but the oil price went to minus 38. It went far lower than anyone had expected. And so lots of people in the market were saying, well, hang on, something else is going on here.
A couple of months later, I started to get wind through a kind of network of sources that a tiny firm in the outskirts of London had made a huge amount of money that day and potentially had some part to play in what happened.
The information we got was that 9 traders at Vega Capital London had made in the region of $660 million in one day. As a group, I think they made as much money in one day as Apple makes from its international sales in one day. I mean, it's an insane sum of money.
Did they pull off a fantastic trade? Did they predict the way the market was moving and get it absolutely right? Or was there something else going on, and had they actually done something that breached market rules in a bid to sort of push the market? And that investigation is ongoing. So Paul Commins is a trader who cut his teeth in the pits in the 80s and 90s when everyone had a nickname. His was Cuddles. If you can imagine, that was a very sort of cutthroat type of world where people are doing, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollar trades by shouting at each other, giving hand signals, and then sort of scrawling on scraps of paper.
The culture of the trading pits in London was very influenced by the working class guys who became traders there. They weren't like the city bankers that had gone before them. They weren't usually Oxford or Cambridge. They didn't wear Savile Row suits. They were ordinary working guys who happened to have a talent for trading. And a lot of them came from Essex.
I think it was 400 traders in the pits, and Cuddles in his oil and gas pit was described to us as amongst the top 3. Amongst that, was very successful and made very large amounts of money as a young man. But inevitably, mechanization and the arrival of electronic markets was the kind of death knell for the pits. And in 2005, the IPE closed down.
And when the pits shut down, a lot of the traders who worked there lost their jobs or quit or went to work for financial institutions. But Paul Commins decided to start his own trading collective out in Essex.
Some of them are ex-pit guys, cut from the same cloth as him. Lots of them are actually sort of in their 20s, and they're his, drinking buddy's son, or they're his own kids' friends from football. They're young lads, hungry and ambitious, and he brings them into the fold. And fairly shortly, he's got, maybe a dozen or so traders that they're independent, let's be clear, but they're all part of this collective.
Yeah, I'll let Liam deal with Essex.
I am from Essex, so I feel like I'm free to, to get into this.
Sweet, as they say.
If you were to ask someone in Britain how they would imagine a kind of Essex person, they would see someone who's maybe slightly flamboyant, with a sort of Cockney accent, a sort of Guy Ritchie-style accent. Not afraid to splash the cash, but it's probably pretty bright and has done well for themselves.
Don't even make sense, does it?
But, these guys, they drove around very nice Rolls Royces and Bentleys. They went to places like Marbella on holiday.
Thaden Boyce is a very wealthy place. You have to have considerable income to be able to afford to live in that village. It's a really nice place to live, and it's 20 minutes tube ride away from the city.
Earlier in the summer, we have this lead, which is that there's this tiny firm called Vega Capital London, and they were the biggest winners from the biggest oil crash in history. Anyone that covers markets is going to be surprised about that. You're thinking your BPs of the world or your Glencores, but it's this tiny firm.
And one of the big challenges that we had was actually finding out who worked with Vega Capital. It wasn't immediately obvious, and at first we had absolutely no idea. If you go to the Vega Capital website, it says it's under construction. If you do basic online searching, it's very difficult to find anyone who's publicly connected to the company.
So inevitably, we're incredibly curious at this point. Like, who the hell are these people?
The more reporting we did, the more it became clear that this group were connected socially as well as professionally. They went to weddings together, they played golf together, they would go on holiday together. We found out that a number of them were members of the West Ham Supporters Club in London. A few of them started companies together, so you could see all the connections between them and start to see a distinct group emerging.
And it really just was this kind of shock that, this wasn't just like a hedge fund or a firm you'd never heard of. This was actually a group of buddies who all had the same experience on this day and had all made a huge amount of money. So if you're an oil trader, there's a number of different ways you can trade, and probably the most popular is WTI futures contracts.
And it's basically a contract that says, I'm going to buy 1,000 barrels of oil from you at this point in the future, or I'm going to sell 1,000 barrels of oil to you at this point in the future.
It's actually just a financial contract to gamble on to predict whether oil is going to go up or down.
On the 20th of April in Essex, there had been signals for a while that this was going to be an exceptional day in oil markets. And we know that some of them arose early and started their trading in the early hours of the morning while it was still dark outside.
Essentially what they were doing is buying contracts that gave them an obligation to buy oil at whatever the price ended up at 2:30 p.m. So they're basically placing a bet that oil was going to fall throughout the day.
But they're simultaneously selling lots of oil as well. And whether they make a profit and how much profit they make is the difference between what they buy the oil for and what they sell the oil for. Now, of course, we now know throughout April 20th, the price dropped and dropped.
So this is going very well for them. They are committed to selling oil at these prices, and the prices are continuing to fall, which means they're going to be able to offset it and buy oil at cheaper at the end of the day. Now, once it gets to kind of 1:30, 2 p.m., that's when things start to get really interesting. Suddenly there's a kind of influx of buyers and sellers, as sort of desperation increases in the market and trading volumes go up. Now at 2:08 p.m. exactly, something bizarre and unprecedented happened, which is that oil passes into negative territory.
And it fell to a record level of minus $38.
We've never seen anything like it, period, in terms of the contraction
of the global economy.
That huge gulf between what they were buying the oil for and what they were selling it for enabled them to make more money than they ever thought possible.
So their profit was the difference between minus 37 and all of these positive numbers on every contract they sold.
The price of crude briefly hit minus $37 a barrel. For one group of traders operating from a small office, it was a very, very profitable day.
It's important to remember this had never happened before in the history of oil trading. No one could have predicted it.
I can't think of another example of where you enter a trade and you get paid on both sides. You get paid both to sell and to buy. It's unthinkable.
One thing we know about the Cuddles Trading Arcade is that they were very comfortable taking large risks. And, you have to be clear, this was a large risk.
Yeah, we spoke to oil traders, both people that know these guys and people that don't, and they all say that this is, incredibly risky.
And that's actually what stops a lot of oil traders doing trading like this. They simply aren't willing to stomach the risk. But Cuddles and his friends were.
So when the kind of final calculations came down, the group of the 9 most profitable traders made $660 million or thereabouts between them. I mean, if you can imagine, I think 3 or 4 of them made in excess of 100 million each.
One of the astonishing things about this trade is that 2 of the individuals who made more than $100 million in a single day were in their 20s. One of them was 22 years old. Only a few years earlier, he'd been posting on his social media about doing teenage stuff with his mates in town and going to see girls and rap music. And here he is a few years later making $100 million in a single day's trading. When me and Liam discovered that, we couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Oil trading is a zero-sum game. Anytime you're making money as an oil trader, someone else is losing it.
Amongst the biggest losers were the investors in this Chinese fund, Crude Oil Treasure Fund. There were thousands of them, and they lost everything.
Lots of people had put their savings into oil funds. They lost money that day. Big banks and brokers who sort of stand in the middle of trading parties, they lost money that day.
And another interesting thing is that oil-producing countries like Kuwait or Canada, they sell oil as an average of the WTI closing price over the preceding month. So the fact that one of those numbers in that average was minus 37 meant, if you can imagine, countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait potentially lost a couple of dollars on every single barrel of oil they sold that month.
Vega Capital's traders made such an extraordinary sum of money that it was inevitable there would be some scrutiny of what they did. But it wasn't just the sums of money they made. In the vital half an hour before the settlement price was set, they were by far the biggest sellers of oil futures in the market, which is an incredible thing to think about when you consider that the other participants in that oil market are going to be the world's biggest banks, oil majors, BP and Shell. And here you have a group of 9 guys in Essex who are having this significant influence over a global market for oil.
I mean, I think you have to assume that if these guys had made $7 million or $10 million, they probably would be celebrating in Essex right now. But the fact that they made closer to 700 million has meant that they are facing understandable scrutiny.
We wrote individually to all the Vega traders who did exceptionally well that day, and we got a letter in response from a law firm representing the group. The law firm was at pains to point out, number one, that they haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, that they all traded independently and separately, and they'd basically all made up their own minds that this was what was going to happen in oil markets based on publicly available knowledge, and decided to execute this trade.
What I love about these stories is there's a real variance of opinion, and some people will look at what happened and think that must be dodgy. They all traded at the end of the day. They all made a huge amount of money while all these people lost. That's shocking. But lots of people say these guys are at acute disadvantage. They're in a market that's inhabited by, huge technology-driven funds and firms and oil giants that have got all the advantages in the world, and when you get a bunch of Essex geezers who essentially beat the market and find a way to make a huge amount of money, they should get a pat on the back, really, because that's the dream. Since this happened, a lot of the guys have stopped trading the monthly settlements that they'd done so well at in the past. Several of them have set up new companies. they've essentially gone very quiet. You know, any kind of social media presence they had has kind of closed down. By all accounts, they're, waiting this out.
It's certainly too early to try and predict how the regulatory investigations are going to pan out. We just don't know. There's a number of potential outcomes for these guys. Potential punishments if there are any findings of manipulation against Vega or anyone affiliated with it might be you could be fined, you could be banned from trading, and, in the most extreme cases, there have even been criminal prosecutions in the past of people who have been found to have been manipulating the settlement and misconduct related to trade at settlement. There are other outcomes too. One obvious one is going to be that they're able to walk away from this life-changing trade with all the money that they made and celebrated as heroes in the trading community. That they'll go down as legends.
It's very important, given the nature of the climate crisis right now, for the general public to have an understanding of what progress is or is not actually happening. And I think many readers right now, they'll see these hundreds and hundreds of companies making these big, bold climate claims. And they would be forgiven to think that we're well on our way to meeting the emission reduction trajectory we need to be on. And the reality of the matter is we're just not on that trajectory. And a key reason for this sort of disconnect is the use of offsets that aren't doing what they claim to be doing.
We have a massive potential for sort of willful blindness. We can convince ourselves of things regardless of what the facts are. And so that's what tends to happen in these cases. It's not that anybody is setting out to commit climate fraud. They sort of walk themselves into a situation and they convince themselves of one thing, and that allows them to convince themselves of another thing. But at the end of the day, they're doing something that makes no sense at all.
My name is Ben Elgin. I wrote the story about how the billion-dollar market for carbon offsets is setting back the fight against climate change. So one of the challenges in reporting on carbon offsets and trying to figure out what's going on is really finding good experts who have been steeped in this marketplace and are willing to candidly talk about it. One of the best people for this is a fellow named Mark Trexler, and I've been talking to him for more than a decade.
My name is Mark Trexler. I've worked in climate change for the last 30 years. I was actually hired by the World Resources Institute in Washington to work on the first carbon offset project in 1988. In terms of defining a carbon offset, one of the beauties, so to speak, of greenhouse gases, sort of the silver lining of greenhouse gases, when you put up a molecule of CO2 into the atmosphere, it can be anywhere in the planet in 7 days. And therefore, if there's an option to reduce emissions on the other side of the planet, and you can do that very cheaply as compared to doing it in your factory, for example, then why not pay that person, that factory on the other side of the planet to reduce their emissions? Then you are, in a sense, offsetting your emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't really see your emissions anymore.
So carbon offsets have been around for quite some time, and they were actually key with these international climate agreements, such as the Kyoto Protocol, which mandated the wealthiest countries reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
The treaty was signed on the 11th of December, 1997.
Decided. The business community in general saw carbon offsets as a huge opportunity to comply with whatever policies and measures might be coming down the pike on climate change much more cost effectively.
We've seen a huge surge in companies making big proclamations about how they're going carbon neutral or zeroing out all of their carbon emissions.
We're going to reduce our carbon footprint to net zero.
Unilever is committing to net zero emissions.
We can achieve a net zero emissions world.
We began looking at these corporate claims of dramatically reduced emissions, and we noticed so many of these companies were using carbon offsets to achieve these aims. And as we began to look at the carbon offset projects themselves, what we found is that the environmental benefits claimed by these companies are not actually what they seem to be. And as we sort of saw and spotted a number of these very aggressive carbon offset projects, which appeared to be generating inflated credits or bogus credits, we saw a number of them were associated with the Nature Conservancy. This surprised us. The Nature Conservancy is the world's biggest environmental group. They have about $1 billion a year in revenues, and they've been around for 7 decades. They've preserved about 125 million acres of land, and they've done so many good works over the years, and they've been very strong in terms of working with corporate partners. The Nature Conservancy has taken a different approach, a very pragmatic and pro-business approach. They will not go out and criticize a big polluter, but they're very happy to work with them. Some might say that, well, that's selling out, but others would say, and those at the Nature Conservancy would say, these companies have deep pockets. They can help fund important preservation work, and we have absolutely no problem working with them on this stuff. So companies are very warm, and they've partnered with the Nature Conservancy for many years. And yeah, it definitely lends a sheen of credibility to these projects.
Here's 20 new reasons to visit Disney World this year. 1, 2,
if you look at, for instance, Disney, that's a sprawling company with theme parks and cruise lines that burn up diesel fuel. They have office buildings and television studios that consume electricity. So these companies are trying to make major reductions in their carbon footprints, but it's very difficult to change these fundamental ways their businesses operate. So Disney has been a big buyer of carbon offsets that are orchestrated by the Nature Conservancy. One of the projects that they buy from is called Pennsylvania Ridges. And that's a plot of land. Most of the land is actually about a 3-hour drive outside of Philadelphia. Interestingly, this land, 3,000 of these acres, was actually acquired by the Nature Conservancy in the late 1990s. This land was imminently threatened. There was a pending logging contract on this land. So they do what they've done so well for all of these years, which is they go out, they raise money from local philanthropists, and they go buy this land to protect it from developers and loggers. And at the time, according to an archived version of the Nature Conservancy's website, when they were proudly announcing this deal, they said, these threats have been abated because of this acquisition by the Nature Conservancy. So it's really interesting now, fast forward 2 decades to earlier this year when they put forward this carbon project. And if you look through it, this land is a key part of that carbon project. And what they're now saying is this land is now, once again, imminently threatened. 72% of the trees are going to be cut within 5 years. Now, this is just astounding because this land is owned by the Nature Conservancy. They do not clear-cut land that they've bought through philanthropic donations. So this scenario that they've put forward to get carbon revenues is not really plausible. And what that means is when you have Disney coming in and buying these credits, when it eventually lowers its carbon footprint because of these credits, well, that won't be a credible or truthful claim by Disney. So this is an organization that truly understands the threat of the issue of climate change and is wanting to do its part to address this. However, in this situation, it just appears their drive, which they've had for decades, to increase the amount of revenues that it can use for land preservation work. Nature Conservancy and many others see that carbon credits as a pot of money that they can tap into to further their own benevolent aims. But unfortunately, what this has resulted in is claims of climate progress that just aren't really happening. So the Nature Conservancy defends vigorously these deals, and they and others will say, look, our projects are just following the rules that these registries set up. So some would also put some of the blame on the registries themselves because they're setting up the rules which allow these vapid projects to get up and sold. So we've reached out to all of the companies we mentioned in this story, including Disney. They didn't want to be interviewed for this story, but they all told us that, look, we have to rely on the experts out there, and those experts, they say, are these carbon registries that have been set up. Most of these Nature Conservancy deals are set up and sold on this exchange. It's called the American Carbon Registry. Now, it's the oldest of these registries that allow voluntary carbon credits to be sold. They've been around since 1996. What these offset registries do is they set up rules, and any carbon offset project has to follow those rules. But there's this tension that's always there. If the rules are too strict, then it's going to be very hard for carbon offset projects to get up and running. So there's this balance going on where the registries want rules that attract projects, but they don't want it to be so strict where it will disincentivize projects from getting listed.
One of the challenges with designing carbon offset systems is that there are normally two people at the table. You have buyers and you have sellers. And to some extent, you have policymakers, but you know, the buyers and the sellers are really the ones with the expertise, with the incentive to really participate hard, make a lot of things happen. And the challenge there is that both of them sort of want the same thing, or they're both happy with the same thing. They're happy with low-cost offsets and a lot of them, because that works for their business model. You end up, though, with nobody really representing the atmosphere, so to speak. Nobody's really representing the climate in those discussions. And so the policies end up biasing the whole system. And you end up in sort of a race to the bottom. And that's what we've seen happen. You know, when it comes specifically to the topic of carbon offsets, you know, I am a fan of carbon offsets in the sense that they can help mitigate climate change. They absolutely can. But, you know, if we're not going to do it correctly in a way that actually does help mitigate climate change, then it's nothing but a distraction. And, you know, after 30 years, you have to start wondering, is it really just a distraction? And that's really unfortunate, but that's where we are. Ultimately, what needs to happen is systemic change. You know, we're sort of nibbling around the edges with some of these different things. We need to change how we produce energy. We need to change how we transport ourselves. We need to change what and how we eat. You know, we need systemic change associated with transitioning to a low carbon economy. A lot of what we're doing today is not promoting systemic change. It's sort of trying to stick your thumb in the dike to preserve the current system. And at the end of the day, that can't really work.
the Hyperloop. There's a good chance you've heard the name by now.
This is the Hyperloop system. It can take people hundreds of miles in minutes.
The Hyperloop, a series of tubes that would transport people in pods at ultra-high speeds over long distances.
It's a remarkable new form of transportation that can whisk people from city to city in a flash.
29 minutes from New York to D.C., 30 minutes from L.A. to San Francisco.
For years, we've been seeing these futuristic, utopian renderings of some cross between a spaceship and a monorail. But lately, the Hyperloop is becoming much more real.
Yes. It was surreal to be even sitting inside a Hyperloop, and just even more incredible to actually be like riding down a track in something that was nothing more than a crazy idea 6 years before.
Companies all around the world have been developing and testing the technology needed to propel passengers at speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. But for many, speed is only the first step to unlocking the full transformational effects of a new mode of transportation.
Fast is what we just sort of take for granted in the Hyperloop world. It's the network effects that really deliver the benefit. And that opens up a completely different scale of economic opportunity.
We've got planes, trains, automobiles, and boats for getting around Earth. But what if there was a fifth mode? And I have a name for it, which is called the Hyperloop.
The Hyperloop?
Hyperloop, yeah.
In 2013, while riding high on the growing success of Tesla and SpaceX, entrepreneur Elon Musk released a white paper outlining the basic framework of the technology he called Hyperloop. The basic idea goes a little something like this. A tube reduces the air pressure to a near vacuum-like environment. A Hyperloop pod is then suspended in the tube, usually by magnetic levitation. The whole pod can then be propelled forward. Because there's no traditional friction sources like air resistance or rolling friction that would push back against the pod, the Hyperloop is able to move at incredibly high speeds and do so fairly efficiently. Despite its futuristic name, however, the general concept behind Hyperloop is actually pretty old. In fact, New York City's first attempt at an underground public transit system in the 1870s was based on a similar principle. The pneumatic transit system was short-lived, however, only stretching one block and topping out at a rather leisurely 10 miles per hour. While Elon would make some 21st century improvements to this concept and bestow a very 21st century name, he wouldn't end up pursuing the technology itself, instead electing to focus his efforts on something a little bit deeper, literally digging the requisite tunnels via his boring company. It would take another billionaire industrialist who dabbles in spaceflight. No, wait, not that one. Yeah, that's the one. After Richard Branson would make a large investment in the company Hyperloop One, it would be renamed to Virgin Hyperloop.
What we've always been trying to do as a company is show that this technology could work, that it could be made safe, and that ultimately it's something that's happening in the next couple of years, not the next 20 years.
Josh Geigel is the co-founder and CEO of Virgin Hyperloop. In a familiar tech startup story, he's seen the project go from a garage to a large-scale testing facility outside of Las Vegas.
So we started building the first kind of Hyperloop system in 2016. We've done a lot of work, about 500 tests that we've done on that over the last 5 years. And what we realized that we need to do is take that technology, show that it can be commercial, so drive the cost down, improve the efficiency, improve the performance. But the key thing is, is actually making it approachable and safe for individuals.
In order to do that, Josh, along with Virgin's head of passenger experience, Sarah Lucian, bravely volunteered to take the inaugural ride.
What her and I were realizing is we're the first two people sitting in a Hyperloop. The only type of people that have gone through this environment are in spacesuits, and there we are in just normal clothes because of the system, the safety of what we've designed.
3, 2, 1, launch.
And then once we started going, you felt a bit of acceleration. We accelerated a little bit harder than we would in commercial. It'd be like a sports car. Yes. We got to about 108 miles an hour on that test. And it's a short run. It's about 500 yards or so. And came to a stop.
The test, lasting only about 20 seconds and covering only a quarter of a mile at just over 100 miles per hour, is a long way away from a true functioning Hyperloop. But as for optics, it's a crucial step for the future of funding.
The number one question we got from investors or from project proponents or just people in general was like, is a Hyperloop safe? And what better way to show something is safe than by actually getting people on it?
But convincing investors and governments that would likely be fronting some of the construction costs for an unproven technology is no easy task. First and foremost is the question of safety.
Most people don't know how an airplane works, but yet they get on an airplane. They get on an airplane because, it's faster than driving, and most importantly, they've probably gotten off of one before, they've seen someone get off of one before. And so what we set out to do was actually show that Hyperloop could be safe with two normal people, not astronauts, not adrenaline junkies or test pilots or anything like that. Two normal people getting on a Hyperloop, and then most importantly, those two people getting off.
But beyond safety concerns, constructing Hyperloops will undoubtedly require a significant capital investment to the estimated tune of around $60 million per kilometer of track. So a track from San Francisco to Los Angeles, for example, is likely to come with a price tag over $10 billion. And before large governments are willing to come in and front those costs, investors who are funding Hyperloop development must accept it as a long-term mixture of technology and infrastructure investing.
Investors that are used to short returns because you're developing apps or something to that effect, those aren't the investors that really get excited about Hyperloop. What you start to see is the people that are looking at platform technologies, right? So this idea that because the smartphone existed, Uber could exist, right? So who are like the Vanderbilts of this century? And that's the part where you're going to get a lot more no's than yeses. But those people that have the ability, the fortitude to stick it out, to see the game-changing platform here, those are the people that we're looking for. And since we've done that passenger test, there has been a lot of interest that's really, this is a lot sooner than I thought.
Envisioning the ripple effects of what Hyperloop could achieve, though, is fairly challenging at this stage of development. It's fast, yes, but for point-to-point travel, traditional maglev trains can move pretty fast as well. And outside of China, South Korea, and Japan, even those haven't seen much adoption elsewhere due to the high costs and questionable profitability. The Shanghai line in China, for example, loses around $100 million every year. Hyperloop companies, however, believe they can offer something different than traditional railway lines.
My name's Alan James, and as far as I know, I'm the only guy on the planet who's written a government-level business case for 300 kmh conventional high-speed rail, 500 kmh maglev, and 1,000 kmh Hyperloop. It's fundamentally about moving people from where they are to where they want to go, when they want to make those journeys, and doing it in much smaller numbers. So pod designs for Hyperloop range from 12 to 28 seats, typically. Why are they small? It's because small enables the network to operate flexibly. And a great example of that is the east-west strategic route across the north of England, from Liverpool to Manchester to Leeds. So to get from Liverpool via Manchester to Leeds by train is just short of 2 hours today. It'll probably take you 2 hours driving as well in average traffic conditions. Net result is those three city regions remain three separate entities: Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds. There's very little commuting traffic between those urban areas. Hyperloop absolutely changes that from the ground up. Liverpool to Manchester is a 5 or 6 minute journey. Manchester to Leeds is also a 5 or 6 minute journey. What that effectively does is create a single supercity economy.
In this vision, the Hyperloop acts a little more like a highway, where pods have fixed destinations and don't need to stop along the way. Meaning you can travel on a Hyperloop network from, say, Liverpool to Leeds, while the pod behind you travels from Liverpool to Manchester. And if that metro Hyperloop network is connected to other networks from the same location, you could travel from Liverpool to Paris or Liverpool to Amsterdam, all without making a single stop.
For passengers, for business, for leisure, that is utterly transformational. For high-value freight and logistics, it's equally transformational. But critically, if you do a Hyperloop network at scale, you begin to deliver massively significant carbon savings too.
A multi-regional Hyperloop network could become a replacement for both short-haul passenger and cargo flights and traditional ground transportation, both of which are significant carbon producers.
One Hyperloop-connected distribution hub, perhaps at an airport that is predominantly used for international air freight, replacing maybe 10, 12, 15 distributed road hubs. It takes a lot of polluting and inefficient truck haulage off the roads. That itself means roads gain extra capacity.
Hyperloops will still need to use electricity to both move pods and maintain the near-vacuum environment in the tube. Proponents of the technology believe that this can be done by using renewable sources, including a combination of solar panels and battery technology that could be used along the Hyperloop itself. But even with all multipliers of time and carbon emission savings that a Hyperloop network may provide, the investment capital required to actually build such a network becomes even more economically and politically daunting.
Committing doesn't mean spending billions on day one. Committing means, how do we phase it?
One company in the Netherlands is working to develop that technology, and perhaps more importantly, the international coalition needed to make the Hyperloop network a reality.
So we are here in Europe's first full-scale Hyperloop test facility, where we can already prove every conceptual technology of the Hyperloop.
This is Tim Houter, a co-founder and CEO of Hart Hyperloop, headquartered in the city of Delft. And while this testing tube might not seem as large as others, inside is a key technology to create the on- and off-ramp type infrastructure of a Hyperloop network. That is, a lane switch.
That's something we can already test here. You can actually see it here, that the track is diverging from one track into two. That makes it possible to eventually split up the Hyperloop track in two sections. And in that sense, you can create a complete Hyperloop network. But in the end, will make it possible to travel, for example, over a whole continent. Take Europe, for example, with the same ease as you can now travel with a metro in a city.
The nice thing about this magnetic levitation system that we've developed is that there's absolutely zero moving components in the track. So, for example, if you have to do a lane switch, all you do is that the tube basically splits up, and statically the tracks also split up. And whenever the vehicle enters a switch, it either pulls itself to the right with its magnets, or it pulls itself to the left with its magnets.
Lane switching on traditional rail requires the physical movement of the rail. Even modern magnetic levitation tracks use lane switching techniques in order to transfer trains from one track to another.
And this is a very crucial element, because this is the thing that limits the capacity and, in the end, the usefulness of the rail network. Because the moment that a track is switching, that means that at that moment you are creating an unsafe environment for the trains behind it. So you need a lot of space between trains. But in a Hyperloop, because you have no moving components in the track, all the vehicles can be much closer to each other. You can achieve a very high frequency and basically have your vehicles moving and merging in and out of the network very much like a highway.
For now, though, Hart's physical testing has been limited by the size of their tube. Because the test track is only 30 meters long, they haven't tested this lane switch at speeds greater than 20 kilometers per hour. However, the company is working to build a new test site where it plans to increase that testing speed to 300 kilometers per hour.
We're now in a phase where we have proven most of the most important technologies in the test facilities that we already have. And we have also demonstrated the viability and the feasibility of a network. If you look at all the subsystems that it consists of, most of those are proven systems, already demonstrated in lab conditions. So we don't really believe that the technology itself is going to be the biggest challenge.
Because for all Hyperloop companies out there, actually building a Hyperloop system requires more than just a good product.
We're talking about the safety aspects, we're talking about integration into the environment, we're talking about the social aspects. Do people feel comfortable traveling in such a system? So it's about all these different aspects, and the complexity is really getting all the different stakeholders that are relevant and that do need to contribute to bring this to market, to get them all following the same roadmap.
In order to help build this coalition of private and public interest in Hyperloop development, HART in 2018 partnered with other Hyperloop companies from Europe and Canada. The goal was to define, establish, and standardize the framework to regulate Hyperloop systems.
Right now we are working with all the Hyperloop developers together in setting up the first, let's say, structure for starting the standards drafting.
One of the most important goals for HART is interoperability, which is essentially making sure the different systems can communicate with each other.
Interoperability is so important because what we want to achieve is actually have this seamless travel experience. So you don't want to end up, for example, going from Madrid to Paris and then switching because you need to use a different technology to get, for example, to Amsterdam.
The idea being that as companies around Europe create the first commercial Hyperloop tracks between individual cities, one day those can all be connected to a larger network.
Everyone that believes that Hyperloop is a future transport system also realizes that there is a need to have this network because that's where Hyperloop thrives.
Hyperloop is such a huge project. It's definitely not something that you can do on your own or as a single company. So you need to do it with a lot of other companies. You need to have the governments. And I think in that sense, the biggest challenge that we've encountered is to really get all the required parties together to take the steps in development and in commercial implementation.
HART's next plan is to build the European Hyperloop Center, an open testing facility which will include a 2.6-kilometer test track. And the company hopes to test travel speeds there at up to 700 kilometers per hour. Virgin Hyperloop is also racing to construct the first commercial Hyperloop route, with projects in various states of development in India, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Recently, the company announced plans to build a Hyperloop certification center in West Virginia, which will include a 6-mile-long test track. Proving the technology here will be crucial if Hyperloop networks can find a home among infrastructure investments that the Biden administration hopes to make.
The idea that there's multiple Hyperloop companies, I think, is a redeeming aspect in the business. People really want to see something happen, so having multiple people move forward is good for that.
I was struck when Josh and Sarah rode the pod. 2 or 3 of the major outlets used the phrase, "We now have a new mode of transport." And although all of that technology had existed before those 2 human beings rode it, it was the moment at which those 2 human beings traveled that short distance down the tube that in popular imagination, Hyperloop became a mode of transport.
The metaphor I use with my team is that, the Wright brothers were first, but none of us fly on Wright Brothers Airlines anymore. If you don't continue to innovate, you're not going to be around, and so we'll continue to be at the forefront of building Hyperloop.
Back in 2013, Elon had an idea. I think the difference now in 2021 is some brilliant engineers have spent real time grinding out the details. And I thoroughly expect the next 3 to 5 years to be decisive.
This week, how hydrogen can transform our energy usage. We'll look at why the universe's most abundant element could be a game changer in the climate revolution.
Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space, on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes.
From iron ore to green hydrogen, one of Australia's richest men tells us about his pivot to sustainable energy.
Let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable. Let's do it now.
Plus, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utilities firm Snam about his new book and how green hydrogen could be competitive within 5 years.
Costs are coming down and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors.
From Bloomberg's global headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. It's a new year, so here at Bloomberg Green, we're highlighting new solutions in the fight against climate change. And one of those is as old as the universe itself, hydrogen. It's the simplest element around, but could well be a game changer when it comes to turning around our dependence on fossil fuels. Today, hydrogen is used in the chemicals industry to produce petroleum products. It's also starting to be used in steel production, an industry under a lot of pressure to decarbonize. But it has far more uses as well, from powering cars to heating our homes. And Bloomberg New Energy Finance sees a seismic shift in the sector in the next 10 years as green hydrogen squeezes out dirtier alternatives. So-called gray hydrogen dominates today. But as renewable electricity gets cheaper and more accessible, so will green hydrogen. In this week's edition of Bloomberg Green, we'll explore what this push into hydrogen means for tackling climate change. We'll hear from Australian billionaire Twiggy Forrest about his pivot from iron ore to hydrogen, and we'll also speak with the CEO of Italian utility company Snam about his book, The Hydrogen Revolution. But first, what are we using hydrogen for? And why does it actually matter? Christine Lee Edwards explains.
Hydrogen, the most plentiful element in the universe.
On Earth, we find it mostly bonded to oxygen in the form of water, or in other gases known as hydrocarbons. Hydrogen gas, H2, burns hot and clean, making it an attractive tool in the race to net zero. But isolating hydrogen from other elements is no easy task. Today, the cheapest way to do this is via chemical processes that break up natural gas. This releases a lot of carbon dioxide. Another method is to use electricity to split water molecules in a process called electrolysis. Although there is no carbon byproduct, a lot of electricity is needed. And if this power comes from burning coal or gas, it negates the zero emissions goals of using hydrogen to begin with. Hydrogen produced in this way, powered by fossil fuels, is called gray hydrogen. If carbon capture and storage is used together with fossil fuels, then it becomes blue hydrogen. If nuclear power is used, it's called pink. And finally, green hydrogen is when it's produced via electrolysis and powered from renewable sources. This method is considered emissions-free. It's predicted that by the early 2030s, H2 made from renewables will be cheaper than that made from fossil fuels. But that hinges on the cost of electrolysis declining, which will be achieved through larger projects and an expansion of manufacturing. To be clear, vast amounts of H2 are already used today. Global production in 2018 totaled 117 million metric tons. This hydrogen is mostly used for its chemical properties, not as a source of energy, and very little of it is clean. Some sectors like steel could start using hydrogen for these chemical properties, replacing coal. Industries like cement and glass may also use hydrogen as a source of heat. Another advantage is its energy storage potential. It can be stored over long periods of time and used when more power needs to be added to the grid. It also could hold an advantage over batteries in heavy transport and shipping. The promise of hydrogen for energy has been around since at least 1874, when Jules Verne wrote about it in his book, The Mysterious Island. But the future of hydrogen will depend on policy. Countries with net zero targets, carbon pricing, and hydrogen strategies with investment mechanisms are likely to see the highest H2 demand.
That was Bloomberg's Christine Lee Edwards explaining what hydrogen means for the energy transition. But how are businesses approaching the sector? Well, one of Australia's richest men is making a big play into hydrogen. Andrew Forrest, better known as Twiggy, made his fortune from iron ore, being the chairman, former CEO, and major shareholder in Fortescue Metals, one of the world's biggest miners. But after having made over $10 billion in profit from the metal in the last fiscal year, Twiggy wants to transform Fortescue into a clean energy company. He's been scouring the planet in search of investment opportunities in hydrogen and renewables. The firm plans to allocate up to 10% of its annual profits for green energy investments and is exploring projects across the globe, from Indonesia to Argentina. Francine Lacqua caught up with Twiggy Forrest.
There's only one type of clean hydrogen, all the rest is dirty.
Yeah.
That is green. If you just say green hydrogen is clean, the rest is dirty, then you've actually nailed it. And, you know, anyone else who produces any other rubbish, any other argument, just look them there and say, why is global warming accelerating if anything you're saying is true? And then you'll know, actually, it's greenwashing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of greenwashing because I keep on being told it's a transition. We can't just, make the transition at a click of a finger. So what are we doing wrong? What can we do better?
I don't remember the personal computer having to transition the typewriter. I really don't remember that. I don't remember the smartphone having to transition the pocket calculator and the old landline. You know, its transition line is complete rubbish. The lie got put to it 2 days ago when JCB, a really loved British company, every right for the country to be proud of JCB, and Fortescue, holding a bit of a similar reputation, fantastic track record, everyone's been super well from Fortescue, huge balance sheet, super strong. When those two companies got together and agreed a $79 billion US agreement per annum, right, then that's a real wake-up call to say, hang on, green hydrogen is obviously commercial now. You know, every other form of fossil fuel hydrogen, you know, it can compete with it on price, it can probably lose on price, but what we know, it is cooking the planet. And only green hydrogen zero methane, zero carbon in the supply chain. Don't worry about the molecules in the supply chain.
But at the moment, we're not even phasing out coal, if you look at the G20 communique. So we have a long way to go to talk about only using green hydrogen.
Yeah, so look, I have a call, which I'd like to make now, that the world should not fund any more coal-fired power stations, coal mining projects, ever. We should wind them down as quickly as possible because they are cooking the planet just like grey and blue hydrogen is cooking the planet.
Yeah.
You know, hydrogen, which is not made from renewable electricity, is releasing 10 to 16 times more carbon, let alone the methane, which is worse, than it is hydrogen. So we've just got to stop doing things which are self-harming under the guise of greenwashing.
So why are leaders so slow? Even if you look at the appetite for ESG investments, they're growing exponentially, so are emissions. So where are we allocating capital?
Okay, so take the recent G20. There's probably a reason why there wasn't strong action coming out of the G20 because people were not aware that major transactions between large companies were taking place now on green hydrogen. That actually this pollution-free all the way to the supply chain fuel is now being transacted at multi-billion-dollar scale. If they'd known that, I don't believe any sovereign leader or any energy minister or climate change minister could not take ultra seriously that green hydrogen is now here to stay. It's broken through. History has been made. It will never go back.
Okay, what is the one thing that you would tell leaders today and business leaders? How do we transition faster than what we are now because we're at real risk of missing our targets?
Oh, so that's really simple. You stop funding, you stop subsidizing, you stop
using
money into fossil fuels. It could be carbon sequestration, it could be fuel rebates, could be anything. Hundreds of billions of dollars getting ashed while we ash the planet on fossil fuel subsidies. Because we haven't had that renewable electricity, we haven't had that green hydrogen, it's kind of been pushed down. It's all sorts of excuses. Oh, it'll never be commercial, it'll never be supplied in the quantities we need it, you know, blah, blah, blah. Now we know, let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable, let's do it now.
Okay, if we do it now, is there going to be a shock to the energy system? Is there going to be a shock actually to economically? And is it worth, you know, not talking about transition, just going from A to B?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. A to B is the solution. Let fossil fuels do what fossil fuels do. Just burn their coal, burn their oil, burn the gas. At least they're pumping up carbon and methane into the atmosphere, honestly. Well, not that honest because they don't measure methane, which is 90 times worse than carbon. But at least the carbon is being done honestly. Encourage the green hydrogen sector to come in really fast. Okay, it's there. There's renewable power all over the world. We now know how to make electrolyzers much cheaper, like 25% of the original cost. We know how to do that now. We don't have an excuse to get into it.
Does it need to be cheaper than oil and fossil fuel for it to be viable worldwide?
Well, right now it is. Okay, so let's just swallow that bit of financial data. Right now it is cheaper, and it's getting more cheap. It's the only fuel you know of which is declining in value.
You don't have enough of it, right, to power the world?
Yes. That's only because we haven't had policies to support it. If we had policies to support it 5-10 years ago, it would be everywhere. You'd see the global warming budget start to come down. Now, we've got 5 or 10 years to make a huge difference. I need policy leaders all over the world to appreciate now, okay, big business is transacting with green hydrogen in multi-billion-dollar agreements. We now know it's here and it's here to stay. Let's spread it everywhere.
Coming up on the program, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utility firm Snam about his new book and why he thinks green hydrogen will be competitive in just 5 years. Plus, how are airlines working to become more sustainable? We'll look at how Airbus plans to step up in the climate fight. This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lines, and this is Bloomberg Green. What will the world look like in 2050? Will global temperatures have stabilized, electric vehicles be abundant, and solar and wind power homes around the world? According to Marco Alvera, the CEO of Italian energy company Snam, that vision of the future could be a reality. And he says that hydrogen will pave its way. As he tells it in his new book, The Hydrogen Revolution, Alvera's moment of reckoning came in November 2018 when he tasked the Snam Scenarios team with studying how Europe could reduce its CO2 emissions to zero by 2050. Looking through the results of the study, Alvera said he was struck by how much hydrogen was in Europe's energy mix by that year. Beyond the abundance of hydrogen, the SNAM model also predicted that it would be the cheapest form of decarbonized energy for many sectors, and that it could be cheaper than today's prices for oil, coal, and nuclear power. Our Maria Tadeo spoke with Alvera at COP26.
It's happening all very fast. We see the cost of hydrogen coming down a lot. Hydrogen will play a big role in the energy mix. I don't know if it's going to be 15 or 25% of a fully decarbonized energy system, but it's going to be big. Costs are coming down, and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors, so-called hard-to-abate sectors.
And you say it's the only way and the costs are coming down. Where do you see prices moving? Because a lot of the reticence at times has to do with the pricing, that some argue, well, it's still not the cheapest option on the market.
So when I was first working in hydrogen in 2004, it was costing $1,000 per megawatt hour. 2010, $600. Today, $100, and we see it going down to $50 in 5 years' time, and to going down to $25 per megawatt hour in the next 10 years or so, which is a quarter of where it is today. That's really because renewable energy, and we're talking green hydrogen here, renewable energy costs are falling, but the cost of making the electrolyzer, which is the kit that you use to convert solar or wind energy and water into hydrogen, the cost of this kit is falling a lot because it doesn't really exist on an industrial scale. So as we build up capacity, we industrialize it, we standardize it, and we squeeze costs out. That's really the cost trajectory.
And for that, of course, you need demand, however, for governments and also institutions to kind of buy into this idea that it is the future and we want to invest and create infrastructure. What are they telling you? When you speak to governments, when you speak to officials, are they keen on this?
They're very keen. So the Department of Energy shares our view in the States of getting to below $1 a kilo, which is $25 a megawatt hour. The European Union has a hydrogen strategy, which is very clear, and several member states have the same. Chile wants to export a lot of hydrogen. China's big on hydrogen. Australia's very big on hydrogen. Japan is blending already hydrogen. So I would say the world is now really focused on this because it's the only way to store energy for a long period of time, economically, is to convert it into either a liquid or a gas.
And of course, you talk about the price, but the other big component is the volume. You know, how big can you go? Where do you see that on a time scale?
So wherever it's sunny or windy, you can produce very cheap hydrogen eventually. And so compared to oil and gas, which are concentrated in few parts of the world, it's going to be very democratic from that point of view. So every sunny place, every desert, every ocean wind can be turned into hydrogen that we can put on ships, in pipes, and really start trading it around the world. So it's going to happen a lot faster than a lot of people think.
So, and when you say a lot faster, what is that in time?
As I said, $50, which is essentially oil parity within 5 years. And then, depending on how quickly we ramp it up after that, we could get to $25, which is coal parity before the end of the decade.
And in big scale.
In big scale, because once you get to coal parity, that's the only way we're going to get China and India to stop burning new coal. We have businesses in China and in India, and I see a lot of hydrogen development, a lot of renewable development in both countries. The India announcement was incredibly strong on 2030. Some people were upset about the 2017 net zero deadline, but when it comes to 30, he announced a big commitment to get to 50% renewables.
Were you surprised by it?
I was surprised that they would make it so explicit, and even the net zero is a big thing for them. And so I think it will happen faster than 2070 because of the falling cost of renewable and hydrogen. India's burning 80 gigawatt of oil, of diesel, to keep the lights on. So there's an immediate opportunity there, and we're very interested in working that country.
And with regards to China, perhaps the fact that we haven't really seen them active, I guess the diplomats are working on this, but we haven't really seen the leadership.
It's going to be technology, it's going to be industry. I think China has committed to a net zero, which is very important. At the G20, China was clearly behind the 1.5 degrees. So I think a lot has been achieved between the G20 and COP. And I think what's really important is to see in the coming years how quick it's in our hands to make part of this happen in 5 years, or it could otherwise happen in 15, 20 years. It's about building the project. The capital is there. We saw how many trillions of dollars are already committed. What's missing is really the projects, and that's where companies like us step in.
Marco Alvera, CEO of SNAM there, speaking with our Maria Tadeo. Let's turn now to the aviation industry. It's a big contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's under pressure to change that. In October, the International Air Transport Association, a trade body representing airlines, approved a target of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. To achieve that, many airlines in the US and Europe are looking to buy sustainable aviation fuel made from renewable sources like used vegetable oil. Initiatives like these are pushing plane makers to come up with some radical new aircraft that will eventually cater to our growing appetite for travel without hurting the environment. We took a look at how Airbus, the world's #2 aircraft manufacturer, is stepping up to the challenge.
How long until we can fly emission-free? Airbus says it's more confident by the day it can be done by its 2035 target. Airbus's CEO spoke about its ambitions for hydrogen-powered planes at the company's summit in France.
The physics works. Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes. So every day we become more confident, but we think we need to have a plane, we need to have the right fuels, the hydrogen available in the right quantity at the right place at the right time, and we need the regulations to be ready. So we really need the work and the collaboration of many people around the globe to make it happen on time.
But it could be a long wait until green passenger jets go mainstream. Larger aircraft with more than 150 seats are not expected to feature globally until about 2050. That means manufacturers and airlines today are under growing pressure to ramp up short-term innovations to cut their carbon. In the long term, meeting the ambitious plans for so-called green hydrogen means building a giant industry almost from scratch. To make that happen, British airline EasyJet is among those saying governments need to get involved and fast. Aviation's emissions over the last 3 decades leading up to the pandemic grew by about 80% to over 1 gigaton, and that's projected to double by 2050. According to Bloomberg NEF, about half of the airlines with the largest global market share have set net zero targets by that same date, nearly 3 decades away.
Coming up, from blue sky projects to the bottom line. We'll speak with our Bloomberg NEF expert Meredith Annex and dig into their models about how hydrogen fits into the future energy mix. This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. Now let's bring in Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist, to talk more about how hydrogen could change the energy landscape. So Meredith, what place do you think hydrogen is likely to have in the future energy mix globally?
Hydrogen's this incredible solution for us as we look to decarbonize because it's a perfect solution in areas that are hard to electrify. So where we like to think about hydrogen playing a role, it's in things like heavy industry, especially where you need a feedstock as well as energy source, and in things like dispatchable power, long-haul transport, maybe even shipping and aviation.
That sounds great that it can be used for such diverse industries. At the end of the day, though, how much is this going to cost?
Well, that's the amazing thing about hydrogen, because depending on how you make it, it can actually see significant cost declines in the future. So when we're talking about clean hydrogen, we usually mean green hydrogen produced from renewable electricity. And in that case, your hydrogen is almost as cheap as the renewables that are used to make it. So if you're in a place with really good renewable resources, you'll be able to have cheaper hydrogen. But even in places with less good resources, we think that hydrogen can be cheaper than $1 per kilogram, which is the price of unabated hydrogen today, and around $8 per million BTUs for those who prefer to think in energy units. And that can be achieved anywhere in the world by 2050, we believe.
All right, so let's talk about kind of the pros and cons list. I don't know where cost fits into that, but what are the advantages to hydrogen over other renewables, and then what are the drawbacks?
Yeah, main advantage is the fact that hydrogen can serve roles that electrons struggle with. And that's things like seasonal storage, for instance, or just anything where you need storability, where electrons are harder to store, hydrogen is going to be easier. That also leads to a downside, though, because hydrogen is less energy dense than the usual things that we use for storable energy today, like coal or oil or natural gas. So you will need more volume of storage to handle the same amount of energy.
Let's talk about the viability as well and how it may differ in different geographies. What is your view on that?
Yeah, so for green hydrogen, again, from renewable electricity, really places with the best renewable resources, things like Latin America or the Middle East, even Southern Europe, have really, really good potential for producing hydrogen. And then when you're looking at blue hydrogen, which is produced from natural gas or coal with carbon capture and storage, we do see that becoming more expensive than green hydrogen in the future, especially as renewable electricity costs come down. But that can be a viable option in places like the US Gulf Coast or Russia, where you've got good geological storage for the carbon, as well as ample natural gas that's quite cheap.
All right, great breakdown. Thank you so much to our Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist. And of course, you can get more from the Bloomberg NEF team on the terminal and online. And they've recently done a podcast called Hydrogen 101 as part of its Switched On series. So from iron ore titans pivoting to cleaner energy to talk of a hydrogen revolution, that's it from this week's edition of Bloomberg Green. We'll be back next week with a deep dive into the state of electric vehicles. And you can keep the conversation going by following us on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter @Climate. I'm Kaylee Lyons from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, and this is Bloomberg Green.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Back to work Monday, and steep losses for the U.S. stock market. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red as volatility continues to dominate global trading, with investors assessing the latest geopolitical developments. Stocks erased in advance that topped 1% earlier in the day. Oil briefly tumbled below $100 a barrel after a surge that spurred inflation fears. Bottom line here, it has been a choppy day, but stocks are lower, with the S&P down right now by 34 points, down 0.8%. The Dow's down 78, down now by 0.2, and NASDAQ is down 245, a drop of 1.9%. 10-year yield 2.11%. Spot gold down 1.6%, down $31 the ounce at $19.57. West Texas Intermediate crude, big story today, tumbling 6.7%, down $7.30 a barrel, now at $101.95 on WTI. Barrel of Brent down 6%, $105.98. Well, given the selling in U.S. equity markets, is this the time to be buying the dip? That question today for Seema Shah, Chief Strategist at Principal Global Investors.
So I think for investors, it's not a case of necessarily buy the dip, but still maintain your fundamental analysis. There are going to be parts of the market that are challenged, and instead of focusing on the headlines, which can run you around over and over again, it's important that you look at the underlying, the macro fundamentals, and that's probably the best approach through this.
Tech shares pushing lower. Apple is slumping after its supplier Foxconn halted operations at its Shenzhen sites following a Chinese government-imposed lockdown. Apple down now by 2.4%. And Pfizer says it will no longer start new clinical trials in Russia, and it will donate all profits from its subsidiary in the country to Ukraine relief causes. Pfizer shares up 3.7%. S&P down 0.8. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Group. And
live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios, it's Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stenovic along with Carol Masser.
Yep, we are. It is, I think I don't have a mic
Still
yet.
waiting for Carol's mic to get turned on. But as we just heard from Charlie Pellet, we are seeing stocks down across the board right now. The NASDAQ taking the brunt of it, down nearly 2% today. U.S. stocks continuing to bounce around. Investors, Carol, are trying to make sense of the latest on the geopolitical front. And as we count down to this week's big FOMC decision, we're going to cover that throughout the program. We're also going to have a few takes on the war in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We're going to get thoughts from Martin D. Shanahan, CEO at IDA Ireland, on this new world order and on foreign direct investment flows. Plus, how this Cold War that we are seeing in Europe comes with a second front. Andy Brown joining us on that. Also, Silicon Valley tries to disentangle itself from Russian money. We're also going to catch up with the author of Coach, the greatest teachers in sports and their lessons for all of us. First up, though, let's get to the Market Drivers Report.
This week agenda, there we have it. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Carol.
There's a
Happy
lot
Monday.
going on. Yeah, it's tough going for everyone, certainly globally, no doubt about it. But let's talk about the markets here on this Monday. And joining us to do that is Kriti Gupta. She's markets correspondent here at Bloomberg. She's in our Interactive Broker studio. And then on the phone in New Jersey, Carl Riccadonna. He is our chief industry economist at Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's not forget, we are counting down to that Wednesday FOMC meeting. But Kriti, let's start with you. It's another volatile day. We're bouncing around. What's the mood? What is the sentiment? What does the tone and the trends tell you?
Yeah, well, I think this is a pretty normal Monday for the couple of days that precede the FOMC meeting. And I think that's what you're seeing across the board. Risk off, people pulling out of the market. They're pulling out of stocks. They're pulling out of bonds. They're also pulling out of commodities. And you actually saw the stock market open higher, a little bit of an extra boost for the S&P 500 and the Dow. And a lot of that came off from simply the fact that you had oil prices lower and commodities lower. So you are seeing a little bit of not a technical correction, but a little bit of a reversal in terms of the extreme moves you see in the commodity market. And we know that there's then been that inverse relationship between between commodities and stocks. So that's why you saw that opening move. But like I said, this is a very normal dynamic. In the couple of days before the Fed, you do start to see people say, all right, well, we're going to pull out the money. We're going to kind of wait and see what happens, and then we're going to reinvest. And you are kind of seeing those the word escapes me, but essentially this kind of rebalancing, and that's going to be pretty normal. And once again, you're seeing in the bond market as well, 211 basis points on the 10-year yield.
Yeah.
Once again, pricing in higher inflation and a 25 basis point rate hike that I think everyone can say is expected now.
Yeah, it's given, right? And it just, what do they say in terms of the rest of the year? Carl Riccadonna, come on in on this. We are 1, 2, 3 days away, or 2 days away from the start of that Fed meeting. What is key? What's top of mind, especially when we do expect that quarter point increase, as Creedy said?
Well, Carol, good afternoon. Hi. This is a more important meeting than the last few because we will get an update of those economic projections and also interest rate projections. So we'll have a clear insight into the thinking on the Open Markets Committee, and by looking at the distribution of dots, we can know not just what the center line is on the committee, but also what kind of the broad array of participants are thinking about the outlook. That said, I think that perhaps Jay Powell will have convinced some of the hawks, maybe ahead of the meeting, not to go too haywire with their projections here. He made it very clear in his recent congressional testimony that the last thing they want to be doing right now is destabilizing markets any more than the geopolitical risks are already incorporating into market levels. And so I think the hawks may be thinking of one game plan, but when we look at the dot plot and the interest rate projections, they may be a little hesitant to fully pencil in what they're looking for because that could spook markets.
I did a little Fed Twitter poll this morning. This week, Federal Reserve will be what? More hawkish, more dovish, as neutral as can be. Right now, most people are saying as neutral as can be.
God, Carl Riccadonna, what do you think?
Not scientific, just a master poll.
What do you think, though, Carl Riccadonna? I mean, as neutral as can be, as you said, so we don't hear from the hawks on the Fed and spook the market?
I think what they're going to try to accomplish, they know they need to get started because there is a growing inflation problem in the economy, so they need to achieve liftoff. It's going to be a 25 basis point move. I think a lot of the hawks will be gunning for maybe a 50-point rate hike at some point down the road. And I think that the piece, the olive branch, will be, from the moderates and from Jerome Powell, will be that could very well be coming. Let's not get that priced in right now, and let's just watch how the Ukraine-Russia situation progresses and hopefully resolves in the near term. So certainly the Fed doesn't want to be hawkish here. They'll go in neutral and leave the kind of heavy lifting for the trajectory of policy for a later date, given what's happening globally.
Creedy, I always think about Gina Martin Adams. Like, ultimately, you've got to listen to what companies are saying. Are they taking down their numbers? And I believe what people have been saying is that actually when it comes to, I think, revenue, top-line growth, people have been ratcheting it up, although earnings maybe won't look as good because of the pressures on it.
Right, and what's interesting here is that we've already had some pretty strong growth. We were going into 2022 saying that growth was going to decelerate anyway, but even a deceleration from, this huge outperformance is still pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
That's completely getting flipped on its head now as we start to kind of bring in the word recession again. And it's really coming off of, once again, the commodity shock. Do you start to say perhaps make good earnings, but then if you have such high commodity costs and transport costs, which, by the way, little tease is my chart of the day later. But if you start to talk about that, at what point do those costs offset any marginal increase that you're going to make in your earnings? And that's, I think, the concern that's coming to the stock market, at least.
And then I also think costs from consumers as well, right? If consumers are paying more at the pump, what does that mean for their own discretionary spending, if they're going to plan a trip? But if those prices go up for them at the gas pump, and then for those other costs, what does it mean for what they're going to spend their money on?
All right, guys, good stuff. Creedy Gupta, markets correspondent at Bloomberg. She'll be back later on with her chart of the day. Carl Riccadonna, thank you so much. Chief Industry Economist at Bloomberg Intelligence. It's going to be a busy week for him. Let's get to the bite of the day.
It's one number that tells us a lot. Today's number, Carol, is 23.
Tom Brady, he will return to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for a 23rd NFL season.
Wait a second, I thought he retired.
Remember at Power Players, we had a former teammate of his say, I wouldn't rule it out. So he's going to come back, and here's the quote. These past 2 months, I've realized my place is still on the field and not in the stands. That time will come, but it's not now.
All right, well, let's head to Washington, D.C. for a check of the latest world and national news. Standing by is Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Ukrainian and Russian officials held a new round of talks today as Moscow's troops pressed their assault on Kyiv and other cities. No word if there was any progress, but a Ukrainian official says another round is set for tomorrow. The White House is said to be considering the possibility of President Biden traveling to Europe in the coming weeks for face-to-face talks with European leaders. And
Can
as
you hear me?
Biden thinks about heading overseas, Ukraine's president is bringing his appeal to the U.S. and is set to address the U.S. Congress on Wednesday.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will deliver a virtual address to Congress on Wednesday. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer sent a joint letter to lawmakers saying that Zelensky will address House and Senate lawmakers virtually as the Russian war on his country intensifies. All lawmakers are invited to the talk, which will be delivered via video at the Capitol. Zelensky spoke by video with lawmakers earlier this month with a desperate plea for more military aid. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, the violence continues in Ukraine with this man who wants to only be known by his first name, Pavel, among those fleeing the attacks. He says he would have left sooner, but he expected a short invasion.
We were thinking that the war will end in 3 days, maybe 4, maximum 7 days, but it didn't end.
Pavel joins more than 2.8 million refugees who fled Ukraine since the fighting began. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stenovic here in our Interactive Brokers studio at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. So a lot going on, and we did want to mention, of course, this is part of the big geopolitical conversation today, and this story specifically coming from our Jennifer Jacobs and Peter Martin. U.S. officials say Russia has asked China for military assistance for its war in Ukraine, a sign that the Biden administration is increasingly concerned about the role Vladimir Putin's most powerful diplomatic partner could play in the conflict. This could create truly a new world order.
U.S. officials, speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss delicate matters, did not specify what kind of equipment Moscow had requested. The official declined to say how the administration knows these details. Another U.S. official said that the request is not new and was made just after Russia's February 24th invasion. White House spokespeople declined to comment.
And a Chinese foreign ministry spokesman today rejecting the reports of the Russian request as disinformation and malicious. We are in this environment where it's hard to some extent to know what is true, what is not true. We do know Russian President Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi did meet, right, before the Olympics or at the Olympics. Yeah. Which was a sign of solidarity between those two nations. And so to see that happen, we've talked with Andy Brown. He's going to come back. We'll have him on in the next hour. But, just the visual on that to show that those two were aligned said a lot.
Yeah, I think your point about the new world order emerging as a result of this is a really good one, Carol. Andy Brown is going to be speaking to us about South Korea's role in this new world order and to what extent this changes the way that China is thinking about its own expansionary plans.
Well, right, exactly. I mean, you hit it right on the nose in terms of who buys Chinese-made products. Mm-hmm. It's the United States. It is Europe. And so
look at Foxconn today.
Right, yeah. Exactly. And that's because of COVID, right, and the outbreak.
Exactly, and Apple stock lower as a result.
Right, exactly. It's all connected, but you do wonder specifically about the Chinese economy and what keeps it going. It's because it's such an export-led nation. And so without that, what's its future going forward?
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Lows of the day right now for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ as the selling continues. Stocks are dropping as volatility grips trading. Energy shares are tumbling. Crude right now, West Texas Intermediate down 6.5%, 102.20 for a barrel of WTI. We have got the S&P falling 36 points now, down 0.9%. The Dow is down 89, down by 0.3. NASDAQ lower by 255 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 2%. NASDAQ 100 Index down 1.8%, and the Russell 2000 is down 2.1%. 10-year yield 2.12%. Gold down 1.6%, down $32 the ounce now at $19.56. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Among some of the names reporting after the closing bell today, we will be hearing from Coupa Software, GitLab, and Vail Resorts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Earlier today, we had a headline crossing the Bloomberg about Ireland revoking the airworthiness status for Russian-operated jets in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There's a lot going on, so we actually have a perfect guest to talk about what's going on over in Europe specifically and lots more in terms of his own local economy. Nice to have with us and actually here in studio is Martin Shanahan. He's the CEO at IDA Ireland. It's Ireland's government agency. They are responsible for the attraction and development of FDI. We're talking about foreign direct investment into that country. So nice to have you in studio with Tim and myself. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, Carol. It's great to be back here with yourself and Tim. It's been, I think, 2 years since I was here in person, even though I know we've spoken over various platforms in the meantime. I suppose it's been a bizarre 2 years, and we thought we were just coming out of those bizarre 2 years, and now we're back into a whole new level of challenge. But I'm good. I'm back in traveling. I'm back in the US here for the week of events associated with St. Patrick's Day. I was down at...
I got tangled in a parade over the weekend, walking the dog.
I was down at New York Stock Exchange this morning for Ireland Day. We rang the bell. It was... we're very much out on the road doing what we did previously, promoting Ireland as a location for investment.
And we want to talk about investments going in and your economy. Got to ask you, though, and I think it's prudent to talk about what's going on in Europe following the Russian invasion and subsequent war. Do you think, and what's the take and the conversations you all are having with political and government leaders and business leaders about the responses so far by NATO and the United States against Russia? Have they gone far enough?
So I think, firstly, our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine at this time. This is,
humanitarian story first.
First and foremost, a humanitarian story, exactly. And I suppose Ireland's response has been primarily humanitarian, albeit that we are also, obviously, together with our European colleagues, EU colleagues, we've taken sanctions against Russia, as has the US. And, those global sanctions are the most severe we've seen for any country. And, we hope they will have the desired impact. At the moment in Europe, what we're seeing, obviously, are the Ukrainian population spilling across borders out of necessity. I think there has been a very warm and generous response from the people of Europe. Ireland...
Is it a sea change in terms of... Are we seeing a new geopolitical division in our world potentially going forward longer term?
Obviously, we hope not, but I think that the situation is very challenging, clearly, and Ireland will play its part. We have seen 5,500 Ukrainian refugees arrive at our borders in the last 2 weeks, and again, for your guess, Ireland is the furthest away probably a European country. We're on the western edge of Europe.
It's a far trip.
But we've taken, our position is that Ukrainians are welcome in Ireland. Ireland. They can come in. They don't require visas, paperwork at this point. They can arrive. They will receive all of the supports that Ireland can offer, whether that's healthcare. They will be provided with social security numbers. They can work in Ireland immediately, and we will, support. And our expectation is we will have many more in the coming weeks.
It is a humanitarian crisis, as you mentioned. It's also a crisis with global implications in terms of geopolitical markets, and we're certainly seeing that play out in global markets right now, whether we're talking markets in the United States and Europe, or even other markets around the world. What about for your job when it comes to attracting foreign direct investment? Does it make you at all concerned that the sale of Ireland is going to be more difficult given its proximity, given that it's in the EU, given that its proximity to Ukraine?
Yeah, so I mean, I think a couple of things. Firstly, undoubtedly this has made probably Europe less attractive for FDI. I think this will also impact on the global flows of foreign direct investment as investors become more cautious and they take time to make decisions. And obviously, FDI had already, global flows of FDI had already been heavily impacted by the COVID pandemic and are only recovering now.
I was going to say they were just coming back
from the pre-COVID levels. So there's going to be a continuation, I think, of that caution. Then Europe potentially slightly less attractive than it was. I think within Europe, again, Ireland is the most geographically distant from Eastern Europe.
So is that a plus?
Well, I think insofar as there's any kind of plus here, it just gives us more stability. You know what I mean, in that we're not in the direct region. So it was already a really competitive world for foreign direct investment. I think it's just become more challenging in terms of, I suppose, the economic impacts on Ireland, though, of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think the first thing is we're not directly exposed. Even if I look at our own portfolio of foreign direct investment companies, there are 8 Russian companies, operating in Ireland. There are very few, if any, Ukrainian companies operating in Ireland. So that direct exposure doesn't exist. But what will happen, and what is clear, is there's going to be indirect impacts, and those indirect impacts are going to come in a number of ways. They're going to come through increased energy prices, and we're already seeing that. And even though Ireland isn't directly exposed, again, because we get our gas from a gas field off the shores of Ireland and from the UK, prices in general are going to increase as supply and demand issues kick in. We're going to see supply chain issues potentially, and we're already again seeing some of that coming out of both Russia and Ukraine. Aircraft leasing, an issue. Ireland is heavily obviously exposed in aircraft leasing because we have some of the largest aircraft lessors in the world, and you're going to see a lot of indirect impacts coming through.
We're going to continue along these lines, and we're going to continue with Martin Shanahan, CEO at IDA Ireland. He is in studio with us right here at Bloomberg headquarters. This is Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Can I say it's only Monday, Lemon?
Yeah, well, hey, look, and it's a big week, too, of course. All eyes on the
It
FOMC. It begins its policy meeting tomorrow, and we're going to hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell on Wednesday.
Absolutely. We're going to continue talking about the global economy, and specifically the economy in Ireland. We'll get back to our guest, Martin Shanahan, over at IDA Ireland.
First, though, let's get a check of these markets. Tech under pressure, Charlie Pellet.
Indeed, lows of the day for the NASDAQ Composite Index right now, with NASDAQ down 258, drop right now of 2%. NASDAQ 100 Index, Tim, down now by 1.9%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all lower as volatility continues to dominate global trading. For the Dow, spent much of the day higher, but right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 93 points, a drop right now of 0.3%. S&P is down 38, down 0.9%. NASDAQ again down 258, drop now of 2%. 10-year yield 2.13%. Gold is down 1.7%, lower by $33 the ounce now to $19.54. And a big downside move in crude oil today. Right now, West Texas Intermediate crude traded here in New York down 5.9%, down $6.48 a barrel, 102.86 on WTI. Brent, the global benchmark, down 5.3%, down $6 a barrel, 106.64 for a barrel of Brent. So what about dip buyers? Victoria Green is founding partner at G Squared Private Wealth.
I don't think the bottom's coming in until we have a clear resolution of what's happening in Ukraine. And even our best case scenario that we get to the negotiating table and the conflict stops, looks like we're probably going to keep sanctions on Russia, which is just going to make the inflation story even more difficult. I don't think the bottom's in yet. I think if you have a strong stomach, and we have any more extreme dips, you might look to add to it.
And we do have oil stocks moving lower, along with the price of crude. ExxonMobil, for example, down now by 4.3%. BP's down 1.6%. Chevron down 3.5%. EOG Resources down 0.8%. Pioneer Natural Resources down by 2%. Recapping, 10-year yield 2.13%. S&P down 40, a drop of 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie Pellet. Well, we're here with Martin Shanahan. He's CEO at IDA Ireland. This is the agency responsible for really bringing in foreign direct investment into the country. He's here in our Interactive Brokers studio. So the global corporate tax rate. You guys have been a haven, or maybe is that the?
I think that's a fair. That is not a fair characterization. No.
All right, but you have a track.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. Because of your low global corporate tax rate, you've got Google, Apple, Meta, Facebook, of course. So many. I think TikTok has just been has gone into Ireland because of your low global corporate tax rate.
Not a haven.
I will not use that H word. But you guys last fall are now all in on a global minimum corporate tax rate of now 15%. It's been 12.5% in Dublin and in Ireland. Why the change?
Yeah, the change resulted because there's a global agreement, and
you had to do it, didn't you?
Well, we were the last into it, I think, as you know, and we wanted certainty. We wanted certainty about what rate we would be going to, and that's why it took so long. Because there was wording there which said at least 15%. Ireland wanted to know at what rate exactly we would be setting our rate at, which was whatever the most competitive rate was going to be. So when through discussions at the OECD, it became apparent that 15% was going to be the minimum, and it was became apparent that everybody was going to leap at once. Then that provided the context for Ireland to enter the agreement. And, Ireland, just to be absolutely clear, Ireland is not a tax haven. It never has been a tax haven.
Sorry.
We have a competitive rate of taxation to encourage businesses, both Irish business and international businesses, to be there.
Some might call it a haven.
And some can, but it would be incorrect. And OECD have a definition of what that is, and Ireland meets none of the criteria.
But it definitely brings corporate companies, big corporate companies, to you guys.
It certainly certainly is one of the factors, undoubtedly, as well as the very high rates of education and talent, both the Irish talent and the talent that we have attracted from elsewhere, the pro-enterprise policies, the stability. So even post, it was known all of last year we're likely to go into the agreement. We have continued to see, even though we're increasing the rate for companies over 750
You're not
billion
losing
turnover.
anybody?
Absolutely not. And in fact, we gained market share of FDI into Europe during 2020 and 2021 in the midst of the pandemic. And that's because, again, I think, when companies were much more cautious about the investment decisions that are made, they couldn't travel and so on, they decided to go with stability and track record. And, we have 1,700 companies from across the globe operating in Ireland, many of the global brand names that you have mentioned, but also companies internationalizing for the first time out of the US, out of other countries, and they're choosing Ireland. 249 companies invested in Ireland last year.
To be fair, and I'll give you this, that in an environment that we are in today, where you realize you can be in a market and things can change pretty rapidly, you do look for stability in terms of setting up your international operations.
Yeah, to that end, Martin, I'm wondering about what you need to go out and sell to potential investors who are thinking and considering Ireland now that the tax rate, that there is parity from one country to another. You talked about education, you talked about skill level, but what is the number one selling point right now that there is parity on the tax level?
The number one conversation that we are having with clients, and this has been the case, I would say, for at least 5 years, is talent. Talent, talent, talent. It is those companies and those countries that can attract, retain and grow talent are the ones that are going to be successful.
I have to jump in here. Carol and I were part of a Bloomberg Live event last week, Work Shifting, where we focused on the future of work. And the theme was how difficult it is to attract and retain talent here in the United States in a post-COVID world. How would you characterize it in Ireland right now? Is it tough for companies to attract and retain that talent?
There are talent challenges everywhere. I would say relatively, Ireland does very well. Because of that education system I mentioned earlier, we have really high participation rates in third level. We have really tried to align the output from our education system with the needs of enterprise. But crucially, we have remained open and welcoming.
I was going to say immigrate. You guys are welcoming in
Yes,
others.
Absolutely. So you have full mobility within the European Union, and then you can, where the skills aren't available within the European Union, you can bring in a talent from outside of the European Union. That is, a key selling point.
Martin, how does the global economic environment look? We've just got about 40 seconds.
Yeah, it looks very challenging and uncertain, to be honest. I mean, it has been a very challenging 2 years. We were just, I suppose, seeing some stability across the globe economically. We were seeing those global FDI flows recover, and obviously the recent developments in Eastern Europe have certainly, created a whole new level of challenge, which we weren't dealing with up to that.
Is there any talk of recession, or is there talk about recession in your home country as you look at?
At the moment, predictions are for about 5% growth this year.
But elsewhere, do you get?
Yeah, listen, I think we're in uncharted territory at the moment. So I think most recent predictions from kind of the international institutions are showing still positivity for European Union. But let's be honest, everything could change in coming weeks.
You're a gem. Always look forward to it. We get such a good take on what's going on, not only in Ireland, but really much more macro. So we appreciate it. Martin Shanahan, he's the CEO at IDA Ireland, here in studio, in our Interactive Brokers studio.
Well, let's head from New York City down to Washington, D.C., where we'll check in with Nancy Lyons for World and National News. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden is considering a trip to Europe to talk with leaders within the NATO alliance. Bloomberg's Washington correspondent Anne-Marie Hordern with the purpose of the trip.
This is to make sure that the White House is standing alongside its European partners like Germany, those on the eastern flank, and to make sure that they are talking tough and showing that NATO is united, and they have this resolve to be united in the face of Vladimir Putin.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern says the U.S. and China are also having discussions. China has failed to repudiate Russia for its invasion, and the U.S. wants assurances it will not help Russia circumvent international sanctions. A top Red Cross official says the ongoing Russian war on Ukraine is catastrophic for civilians, with their neighborhoods and hospitals being flattened. Robert Mardini is the Director General of the International Committee of the Red Cross.
It is really frightening, and it tells a lot about a situation that is nothing short of a nightmare for people living there.
Mardini says civilians must be protected and any ceasefires must be observed. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden are paying tribute to the International Women of Courage. During today's virtual ceremony to hand out the awards, Secretary Blinken noted gender equity is a focus of the Biden administration.
We have to address gender inequities that often relegate women to the sidelines and combat the violence that women and girls around the world endure every single day.
Blinken says they're incorporating women's rights throughout the administration's foreign policy. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stenovic here in our Interactive Broker studio on Bloomberg Business Week. And we're still here with Martin Shanahan, Chief Executive Officer at IDA Ireland, responsible for attracting and cultivating foreign direct investment into Ireland. He's been kind enough to stay with us because later in the week, there's so much going on, and we're very serious in watching what's going on in Ukraine, but every once in a while we need something on a little bit of a lighter fare. And got to say, I was walking around in my hometown and ran into a St. Patty's Day parade. You are actually headed to the White House, or you or your group is.
Yes. So this week every year, we're there's a huge governmental presence in the US and indeed across the globe, bringing the Irish message. I mean, this year the plan was very much a celebratory message, I think, post-COVID.
Because it would be the first time in 2 years, right?
Exactly. This is the first time in 2 years. Having said that, somewhat tempered, obviously, given what's happening in Ukraine. So it is a message, I think, still a celebratory message after 2 years of COVID, where Ireland came through that, I think, relatively well. But also solidarity with Ukraine, obviously, in the context where we find ourselves. We will be down in D.C. Later in the week. Normally, the Prime Minister of the Taoiseach gets to meet with President of the day, and President Biden will again host such a meeting on Thursday. So the Taoiseach will meet with them, and I will be in the White House for the traditional Shamrock reception.
What's the message that you're hoping to get across that day?
Yeah, I think the focus on Thursday is likely to be on three things. Undoubtedly, Ukraine and developments there will be, I think, on the agenda and very high on the agenda. The very strong bonds between Ireland and the US, and how we continue to build them. I mean, they are extraordinarily strong. Right. And then thirdly, Brexit and the Northern Ireland Protocol, I think, is likely to come up as well.
Are you going to have corned beef and cabbage?
Listen, we'll have to see.
Little Irish soda bread. I'm just saying. Martin Shanahan, safe travels. We always appreciate that you make time for us. He is the CEO at IDA Ireland here on Bloomberg Radio.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all holding at or near session lows as volatility continues to dominate global trading as investors assess the latest geopolitical developments. Right now, the S&P is down 38, a drop there of 0.9%. The Dow is down 75, down 0.2. NASDAQ down 258, a drop of 2%. 10-year yield, 2.13%. Spot gold down $33 the ounce to $19.55, down 1.7%. Bitcoin is down 0.2%, 38,588 on Bitcoin. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 6.6% at 102.09 a barrel on WTI. Analysts at Wells Fargo say Citigroup is facing an estimated $1.5 billion hit to earnings from its business in Russia as the banking giant broadens a withdrawal from the country. Citigroup shares, they're down right now by 0.4%. Recapping 10-year yield, 2.13%. S&P down 38, down 0.9. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So this next story, it is one of the most read on the Bloomberg. It's also the Bloomberg Big Take, and it is in the upcoming new issue of Bloomberg Business Week. It'll be out later this week. It's really the story everyone is and needs to read. It's about the 18 minutes of trading chaos, Tim, that broke the nickel market.
Makes me think of the tin crisis of the mid-1980s. I don't know about you guys.
Unforgettable moment.
Exactly.
That 1985 tin crisis that I knew so little about until I read Jack Farchi's story in Business Week.
You're hearing Joel Weber, editor at Bloomberg Business Week. He's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Jack Farchi is senior energy and commodities reporter for Bloomberg News. He joins us on the phone from London. In all seriousness, though, Joel, that's a superlative that I think last week and this week we were using and are using because of how big of a crisis this was. It is.
And basically remains.
Yeah.
A week ago, the nickel market basically came to an utter and complete halt. That it basically remains. We don't know exactly how that's going to end yet. But for me, like all of a sudden, like we published a big nickel feature like a month ago, less than a month ago. It seems like forever. And that one was obviously about this huge scandal involving Singapore trader. And now we have a tycoon in China all wrapped up in this one. Jack, who is he, and what are the stakes here?
His name is Shang Guangda, and I'm sorry, I probably mispronounced that, but he is the owner of a company called Tsingshan, and in many ways he's quite an impressive figure. Starting out from pretty much nothing, he built this company Tsingshan into what is now by far the world's largest producer of both nickel and stainless steel, and he's really introduced some technologies and some techniques that have pretty much revolutionized both the nickel and the stainless steel market. But the issue that's come along is that the last few weeks he's found himself with this big short position in the nickel market, and he's been squeezed to a point where his short covering and his bank's short covering has caused the nickel price to spike 250% in a little over 24 hours.
And the thing is, we care about it. I mean, it really caught all of our attention because this is a commodity that, as you write, touches the entire global economy. It's important.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we talk about short squeezes, and I think everyone remembers, the stories about GameStop and that kind of thing last year. But it's a bit different when you have a short squeeze in a commodity than in an equity, because this means the price of nickel going up. And nickel is in stainless steel, and stainless steel is in all of our homes. I'm pretty sure that all of you there have cutlery in your cutlery drawer that's made of stainless steel, and lots of other things in the white goods around your house. It's also crucial for electric vehicles because an awful lot of the batteries that are used in electric vehicles contain a lot of nickel.
The London Metal Exchange, excuse me, is an integral part.
The traders needed medical treatment after it all happened.
And the metal exchange might after this. And that's a big question, is the future, Jack, as I read in your piece, of the London Metal Exchange. How does it play into the story, and what's its status after this?
Yeah, I think it's very uncertain. I mean, the big thing that has caught a lot of people's attention, more than just the price volatility, which is really extraordinary. I mean, it's hard to overstate. You know, you don't see commodity prices moving 250% in 24 hours. I think it's probably the most extreme move that I've seen in my career, and that most of the people, including some who are an awful lot older than me, have seen in theirs. But the thing that has really caused a lot of controversy is that after the price moved on Tuesday morning, in this period, this 18 minutes that we wrote about in the piece, from around $50,000 a ton all the way up to $100,000 a ton in the space of a few minutes, the LME suspended trading, the exchange, and then they decided to cancel those trades that took place on the Tuesday morning. So it's about $4 billion worth of trades that they just cancelled. Now, there's an awful lot of investors, hedge funds, big Wall Street players, Goldman Sachs among them, who are very cross about this and have been complaining to the LME and saying you just can't do that. You know, if you run an exchange and people trade, you can't decide that then after the fact just to cancel the trades. And a lot of people saying that they might no longer trade on the LME after this, because how can you have faith that you can trade on the exchange and your contract will be honoured if the exchange can come along and cancel it after the fact?
And obviously, Jack, one of the things that makes this different is that there's a physical element to how nickel trades, right? So talk to us about your reporting today, actually, right? Because we think there may be a way out of this yet.
Yeah, we've moved forward quite a bit today, I think, in terms of beginning to see how the situation might be resolved, and we might begin to see the LME nickel market reopen. So Mr. Shang of Tsingshan has reached a deal with his banks, with the banks to which he held his short bet in nickel, led by JP Morgan, that they'll give him a standstill. So they won't ask him to pay up his margin calls. They won't make any further margin calls on him. They're putting together a loan facility for him, essentially to allow him to hold on to this short position, not to be squeezed any further. And they're hoping that the price will then go down to a more normal level, and the billions of dollars of losses that he's sitting on at the moment at a price of $50,000 a ton nickel will then get much smaller, and he will be able to make money from his business producing nickel and stainless steel and pay back the loans. So that could allow the LME nickel market to reopen at some point in the coming days. We still don't know when that's going to happen.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. A lot in this story. It really helps explain what happened. And I mean, it was something that happened with a lot of superlatives that we talked about last week. Our thanks to Bloomberg News senior energy and commodities reporter Jack Forchi. And of course, our thanks to Jill Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week.
March is Women's History Month, and every day this month we are celebrating significant moments in women's history. Now with your installment for Monday, March 14th, here's Bloomberg's Renita Young.
On this day in women's history in 1969, Barbara Jo Rubin becomes the first female jockey to win a race against men at a nationally recognized racetrack in the United States. She piloted Bravey Galaxy to victory in front of a packed grandstand at Aqueduct Racetrack in New York. About a month earlier that year, Rubin also made history as the first female jockey to win an American parimutuel race while she was in West Virginia. When Rubin was 6 years old, she was diagnosed with polio and began riding shortly after as a form of exercise and to help strengthen her legs. She made her competitive debut in Nassau, Bahamas at the Hobby Horse Hall track. She made big waves as a rookie, but her career was cut short by injuries after 89 mounts. That's today in women's history. I'm Renita Young, Bloomberg Radio.
A big thank you to Bloomberg's Renita Young for that installment of Today in Women's History.
All right, in just a couple of minutes, we're going to head over to our TV team and colleagues, talk about the markets. We are hovering near our lows when it comes to the equity trade. Coming up, we're getting to the markets right here on Bloomberg Radio.
comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are about 60 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic, Taylor Riggs, Gina Martin-Adams joining us right now from Bloomberg Intelligence. And we're also joined by our colleagues, as always, at this time, Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic. We welcome in our audiences across Bloomberg TV, radio, and YouTube. Carol, happy Monday afternoon to you. Not necessarily a happy Monday for the markets.
No, not at all. And I think, those geopolitical concerns also continue to weigh. We know we've got the Fed meeting, but I've been watching what's going on in Chinese stocks, sell off overnight. We've seen so much volatility in this market, but I think global investors trying to figure it out. If you look at the NASDAQ Golden Dragon China Index, down another 11.5%. There was a 10% drop on Friday, a 10% drop on Thursday. It is now down 70% in the last year. Tim, we know what it is. We're trying right now, one of the big pressures is, what's the relationship with Russia? And if they have some kind of relationship, could it lead to something like sanctions against China? And that's got just another element of worry on the markets.
Yeah, and even thinking a bigger picture than geographically in China is the idea of, tech stocks being disproportionately under pressure once again today. And I got my eye again on Cathie Wood's ARK Innovation ETF hitting a new 52-week low. It's now down more than 60% from its highs in February of last year. It's actually more expensive to buy shares in a fund that makes very short-term bets against ARK than it is to buy shares of the ETF itself. We're talking about the total short ARK Innovation ETF.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit later. And of course, a lot of the names baked into that, dragging down the broader market, with the S&P 500 down for a third straight day, down about 0.7% right now. Tech stocks, as reflected by the NASDAQ Composite, lower as well, 1.8%. The Russell 2000, that's your underperformer of the day, down more than 2% on the day. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average doing its best to hang on, basically right at the waterline, unchanged on the day.
And you take a look at some of the individual sectors as well that we're looking at. This is really, Romaine, sort of the theme of the day, where it's been this sort of value rotation with yields higher. Financials are the best performer. You're up 1%. Healthcare staples also up there. If you think about those who are maybe able to pass on some of those inflationary goods back down to the bottom line, and certainly discretionary and energy, if you think sort of out of some of the risky stocks, those are at the bottom of the screen. You're off 2%. And energy, we should note, it's off 4%, though you're still up 32% for the year.
All right, and we take a look at some of the individual movers. We talk about tech stocks. Apple shares down more than 2% here on the day. Obviously, a lot of concerns about the lockdown over there in the Shenzhen province of China, Shenzhen City over there in China. Of course, a major manufacturing hub, including for Foxconn and Honhai. Honhai did say that it wasn't expecting a material impact to the COVID-related lockdowns. Nevertheless, keep an eye on Apple, keep an eye on Skyworks, and a lot of the other suppliers, all lower here on the day. Devon Energy and a lot of the oil and gas stocks pulling back pretty significantly here on the day, as at one point on the day we saw WTI crude tick below $100 a barrel. Devon Energy down about 10%. The bank stocks, though, they're showing their mojo here as we start to see rates rise, a significant rise in rates on the 10-year yield. A lot of the regional companies, regional banks are doing better here. Regions Financial up about 4% on the day, and Moderna shares are whopping up 11%. Unfortunately, that's related to the COVID crisis and the idea that we may need some more vaccines and boosters.
Can I just add in about the COVID? Did you guys see that story by Drew Armstrong that crossed about U.S. sewer data that could be warning of a new bump in COVID cases here in the United States? It's just a reminder, Gina, that pandemic, it's still out there.
Yeah, it is. And I think that the flattening yield curve sort of reflects that, frankly, Carol, because we've got yields rising, anticipating inflation, anticipating the Fed coming in and saying, hey, we're going to start to tighten policy. But the yield curve's still flattening, especially the 10s, 2s, now down to about 30 basis points, or just under 30 basis points, perilously close to that zero line. Intriguingly, though, the 3-month 10-year Treasury yield curve spread is not getting close to inversion. You've got to go out 1 year forward on the 3-month 10-year to imply inversion, which is why the Fed's saying, hey, there's not a lot of risk of any kind of recession right now. The 3-month 10-year, which is much more reliable than the 2-year 10-year, is still suggesting that growth prospects remain intact. So all eyes on the Fed coming up on Wednesday with respect to yields.
Yeah, no doubt about it, right? Think about that worry list, right? It's inflation. It's what the Fed's going to do, what central banks are doing. We've got the geopolitical concerns, the war in Ukraine. We've got the COVID concerns. And this is why we turn talking to a lot of global investors, including Mark Mobius. He was at Templeton for about 3 decades or so, obviously an emerging markets investor. Well, he now runs his own firm, and he said he is weighing in like kind of what could escalate on already crisis-level geopolitical sentiment. He says if the U.S. decides to impose sanctions on China in total or on individual Chinese companies doing business with Russia, that would be a concern. The whole story is still up in the air in the case, and this is just why we're seeing some of the pressure on those Chinese stocks that trade in the U.S. It's just one element, but man, that would be a big term.
Yeah, not just the ones that trade here in the U.S., though, too. I mean, we saw Asian markets in turmoil overnight, and, you know, we talked a lot, Romaine, in recent months about regulatory concerns, but I wonder when the government of China starts to step in and say, wait a second, we need to actually do something here.
Well, you wonder what can they do. We were speaking with Sherry Ahn, the co-host of Bloomberg Daybreak Asia, in the previous hour on Bloomberg Television, and she talked about, you know, there are still a lot of inflationary concerns, stagflation concerns going on there in China that really have nothing to do with the war in Ukraine or to do with the regulatory cloud. So you add in those factors, and it sort of makes you wonder how much leverage the Chinese government would have to really sort of bail out their economy should it take a downturn. And to your point, though, about the relationship between Putin and Xi Jinping and whether China would actually provide something of support, whether it was military or economic, that would be a huge game changer.
We bring it back here to the U.S. as well when we think about economics. And Gina, I wonder, as we push forward to the Fed on Wednesday, before that, we're getting PPI data, we're getting retail sales data, and perhaps maybe some signs of peaking if we're thinking about a deceleration or not accelerating as quickly when it comes to PPI data. How much are you going to glean from that, or is it all eyes on the Fed?
Look, I think we've been in this sort of structural tough time for equities since PPI surpassed 3%. What we find historically is that once PPI starts accelerating past 3%, you move into an environment where operating margins fail to continue accelerating. They move sideways to down, and that, I think, has been plaguing the equity market. I'll end, though, with one note, and that is everything we've talked about is negative. Back to something Carol said, that wall of worry continues to grow. Everything we read right now is very negative. The more negative it is, the more it's likely reflected in price. When we start talking about, you know, what is a wall of worry, this is it for sure. And that definitely is starting to be reflected in equity market valuations.
And the wall of worry is so different from what we thought in December. Just want to point out my unofficial Twitter poll this week. The Fed will be more hawkish, more dovish, as neutral as can be. Overwhelmingly, it's as neutral as can be. Not official, not scientific, but I'm just saying what people are thinking.
Can I participate in this poll?
Please do. Because only.
What do you think? Are you going to share with the class, Romaine?
Well, you got to wait till I go through a poll.
Okay. I'm looking for Romaine to weigh in. We will continue to weigh in on the markets in less than an hour's time. We'll be back. Our cross-platform coverage will continue on radio, TV, and YouTube. It'll be Beyond the Bell. We're going to count you down to the close on this Monday.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking forward to being back with Romaine, Taylor, and Gina. Just a headline crossing, Fed swaps moving to fully price in 7 standard hikes for 2022.
Okay, 7 standard, so that means 25 basis points 7 times, right?
Yeah, okay. So, right, like...
so 1.75% interest rate, Fed funds rate at the end of the year?
All I would say is, who knows what the Fed's going to do?
And who knows what changes between now and then?
Exactly.
Who was it? Was it Matt Boesler in our editors roundtable this week? Who, you know, he kind of made this joke that, you know, as soon as the Fed raises interest rates, it can start to cut them again if there is some sort of shock.
We've had guests on in the last 6 months who have said, get ready for the Fed to raise rates and then start cutting rates. So it's not unrealistic. If they are data dependent, dare I say those words.
Yeah, we'll hear him this week a few times.
Right. Like they are going to be watching the situation. We've heard it from CEOs. We've heard it from Christine Lagarde that you have to be watching everything that's going on.
Okay, speaking of watching everything that's going on, for the last year, Carol, when we've heard from Fed Chair Jay Powell, 2 years, when we've heard from the Fed Chair, we've focused on his message around COVID and to what extent he's data dependent on COVID, not just the United States, but around the world, because it created these supply shocks and demand shocks as well. What is he going to say about Russia's invasion of Ukraine? I think that's the new thing to listen to.
It's probably the first. I have
Absolutely.
a feeling it's going to be.
I mean, it's going to be in
the
write-up that we get on Wednesday. You know, when he comes out and makes his comments.
Right. Exactly. Unless we get remember, we're going to get the dot plots. We will get a better idea of what FOMC members are thinking when it comes to higher rates over the year, and that will be key. And so there'll be lots of questions about that. But how can you not how does, especially the longer this goes on, the war in Ukraine, how does it impact the global economy, the U.S. economy?
The dot plot.
The dot plot. It will be important.
Not to everyone.
No, but
It's helpful.
It's helpful in terms of longer-term thinking. We'll see whether or not the yield curve adjusts as a result. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Let's head to Washington, D.C. for a check latest world and national news. Standing by is Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Russia is denying that it's asked for China's military assistance in what it calls its special operation in Ukraine. A Russian official says its forces have all the resources they need to complete the mission. Republican Senator Pat Toomey tells Bloomberg such a partnership would be a major miscalculation for China.
It's not clear that China has decided to actively support Russia. It would be a huge mistake for China to do that. I'd be shocked if they would go any further than they already have, which is to sort of provide moral and a little bit of political sort of support. But the idea of providing military aid would be madness for China.
Senator Toomey says China's economy is tied to the West, and he doubts its leaders are likely to put that at risk. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be delivering a virtual address to Congress this Wednesday at his request. Only senators and House members will attend the viewing of the 9 a.m. speech Wall Street time. That's according to a letter that was sent out by two lawmakers from Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Lawmakers have been asked by President Biden to downgrade Russia's trading status as yet another blow to its economy. President Biden says it's been a year since Congress passed the American Rescue Plan, and he says it's helped sustain Americans during the pandemic.
We were able to help 41 million Americans put food on the table for the better part of a year. Because of this law, we helped keep a roof over 4 million people's heads.
Biden spoke to the National League of Cities conference. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, we are live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So, watching a lot of headlines related to China, and a couple of them that are key is China placing the 17.5 million residents of Shenzhen into lockdown for at least a week and forbidding people from leaving Jilin, I think it is, the first time the government has sealed off an entire province since the area surrounding Wuhan was isolated back in early 2020. This has to do with rising COVID cases.
The Shenzhen lockdown, which came after new virus cases doubled nationwide to almost 3,400. Just think about that for a second, doubling to 3,400. I mean, in the scheme of COVID, that's a tiny number.
Right, but what we get worried about is how exponentially it can grow.
Right, exactly. Right? It'll be accompanied by 3 rounds of citywide mass testing called with little notice on Sunday. The order followed earlier restrictions on Shenzhen's Central Business District. It'll last until March 20th. So here's what happens, Carol. All bus and subway systems in the city were shut, along with businesses providing non-essential services, spurring a key Apple supplier to halt production. Residents will be barred from leaving the city. It's home to headquarters of tech giants Huawei, Tencent, and the port, though, does remain optional, albeit with tighter COVID controls.
There's been a couple stories, certainly on the Bloomberg, that talk about the lockdown and obviously what it means for the people of those areas in China, but specifically, too, what it means for the Chinese economy, because there's a lot of economic output that comes out of these areas. Having said that, another story by our Debbie Wu talks about the Apple supplier Foxconn is halting operations at its Shenzhen sites, one of which produces the iPhone, in response to that government-imposed lockdown on the tech hub. So we're seeing areas that are really important in terms of Chinese economic growth and really providing products for the world being shut down.
Yeah, the shutdown may affect production of many devices from Foxconn that it makes for Apple and other brands. Demand, though, for electronics, it typically troughs in the first quarter of every year after the holiday season peak. In addition to that, Carol, the company did say that it's going to be seeing minor disruptions and is able to shift its manufacturing to other areas.
Okay, so it can move stuff around. Yeah. But we're watching this and trying to gauge what it means in terms of local economic input and also global.
facts, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got 43 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow higher, S&P, NASDAQ both lower. This update brought to you by SEI. Since its founding 50 years ago, SEI has provided investment managers and asset owners with robust infrastructure platforms and flexible outsourcing solutions. Go to SEIC.com/IMS. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. Like you said, stocks are trading mixed right now. The Dow trading higher by 70 points. S&P's dropped 22. NASDAQ trading heavy, off by 211. The U.S. 10-year yield at 2.14%. Gold is down 36. Oil is also sinking. And Bitcoin is little changed. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were financials and consumer staples. Energy and consumer discretionary were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, American Express and Visa, while Nike and Chevron led to the downside. In deal news, a group including Elliott is in talks to buy Nielsen Holdings. And in other news, FedLink swaps are pricing in 7 hikes for 2022. Wrapping things up, Manchin says will not back Raskin for the Fed. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, into here live. Breaking news over to you, Bloomberg type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much for the update. Well, listen, a lot of stories on China today. We've talked about the panic selling that we're seeing gripping Chinese stocks, the biggest plunge since 2008, widespread lockdowns in China due to COVID infections, how they could affect half of the country's GDP. Also questions about the relationship between China and Russia, and then, of course, an interesting weekend column, his Saturday column by Andy Brown.
Yeah, a really, really fascinating one. Andy Brown is editorial director at Bloomberg New Economy. He's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Andy, when I started this piece, I had no idea where it was going to go. South Korea?
Yeah, this is a big one.
Why do we need to keep an eye on South Korea when it comes to a new front in the Cold War?
Well, because South Korea is the key ally of the United States in Asia. And they've got a new president, Yoon Suk-yeol, and he is a China hawk. And on the campaign trail, he made 2 promises. Firstly, that he was going to align his foreign policy much more closely with Japan and with the United States. And secondly, suggested that he would try to seek full membership of the Quad, which links the United States, India, Japan, and Australia. And the common thread in all these and other regional endeavors in Asia is resistance to China. And the question now becomes, we've seen the beginning of a full-fledged Cold War in Europe with pitting NATO against Russia. And are we going to see a second front in Asia?
So for the South Korean government, it's much more about China than it is about North Korea?
It's about both.
Okay.
And for the United States and its allies in Asia, there are clearly a number of security threats. North Korea and its nuclear weapons are an immediate doomsday threat to South Korea and North Asia. Indeed, now increasingly as they produce ICBMs, a threat to the mainland United States as well. But China is very, very much a part of the equation too.
So as you watch what's going on right now in Ukraine, and we're also trying to figure out where China is on all of this, do you think that we are beginning to see kind of the world divided up in a very different way, Andy, longer term, no doubt about it?
Well, certainly Europeans are starting to think about an authoritarian axis anchored in the West in Moscow, and in the East in Beijing. And there are clear parallels between what's happening in Europe and what's now happening in Asia, which is that democracies and middle-sized countries are standing up to authoritarians and saying, no, we're not going to be pushed around. We're going to be defending our freedoms.
Can China afford, because who buys all of the Chinese goods? Folks in the U.S., folks in Europe, overwhelmingly, it's an export. So can China afford to keep its relationship with Russia? Like,
feel like it's such a tricky one.
Well, they're straddling, and increasingly they're straddling.
You know what happens when you straddle, right? Like, it's like at some point, you've either got to jump to a side.
Right, exactly. And they are eventually, sooner actually rather than later, going to have to make a decision. But look, you know, clearly from an economic perspective, they can't afford to lose Europe, which is clearly a massive market, but also a source of technology, and same with the United States. On the other hand, their worldview is very much aligned with Russia, where you have two autocrats who are trying to remake the world. Putin is trying to redraw the map of Europe, and Xi Jinping is trying to do the same thing in Asia. And as I say, middle powers are pushing back increasingly vigorously.
But Xi Jinping has, it's fair to say, a lot more leverage. I mean, it is the second biggest economy in the world. And like Carol said, the United States and much of the quote-unquote Western world is inextricably bound due to supply chains and, you know, where we get our goods from.
Yeah, well, I think that was always the assumption.
It's not like U.S. companies could isolate China the way it isolated Russia.
That's right. And the assumption I think that China has always made is that, you know, its market is so big that Western countries and Western companies could never afford to sacrifice that. That gives them enormous leverage. And indeed it does. But I'm sure they will have been very surprised to have seen in Europe how countries like Germany, like Switzerland, are prepared to sacrifice, pay deep economic costs in order to stand up for their freedom and liberties.
Or to see another Asian country like South Korea, right? Like increasingly, it's interesting the pushback against China, where I think, I don't know, whether it was a few years ago, everybody would be much more fearful to do so. Is that fair or not necessarily?
Well, yes, and the pushback is coming as China becomes more and more assertive in the region. There's countries, I mean, in a sense, what Ukraine has allowed people to look into the future and see the potential for conflict in Asia, with, of course, Taiwan being the prime target of China's efforts to redraw the map of Asia.
But we've talked with you about this, and you say we shouldn't assume that what's happening with Russia, Ukraine, that the same would happen with China and Taiwan.
Not immediately.
Okay. So it's timing.
For several very good reasons, not least that an invasion of Taiwan is an enormously more complex and costly endeavor than a land invasion of Ukraine. Plus, of course, it would blow up the global economy, because Taiwan and southern China generally, that part of the Western Pacific is where all the high-tech supply chains intersect.
What's the tightrope that Xi Jinping has to walk right now, especially at a time when COVID is leading to the shutdown of entire provinces? And Carol's been talking about this for weeks at this point, the decline in value of equities and companies listed in China has just dropped.
It's all going wrong for Xi Jinping now. That it looks as though Omicron may have started to break out. You now have thousands of cases in China, and if that breaks out into the general population with a vaccine that doesn't work very well against Omicron, and with a population that has almost no natural immunity, it would be a real disaster. As you say, the economy is turning south. It's slowing quite rapidly. A lot of this is self-inflicted. Xi Jinping cracking down on big tech, as well as going after the reining in the excesses in the property market. And now, on top of all this, you have Ukraine, which is going to, of course, is dramatically increasing inflation around the world through energy and through food. Ukraine is China's breadbasket.
Well, this is what's interesting. I know I messaged you last week. Was it the second in command stepping down or planning to retire in China? And I asked you, is this significant? And I'm not going to say his name because Chinese Premier.
This is Li Keqiang.
Thank you. And I asked you, is this significant? And what does this mean for President Xi's future?
Well, he made this remark as he's stepping down where he says, you know, we really must keep the door open door policy, which made you sort of think, does he know something that we don't? Because it's very clear that what part of China's response to what's happening in the Ukraine is to harden its own economy against sanctions, to look inward, to become more dependent on its own technology. and to retreat. And that is going to accelerate a trend that we've been seeing in China for the last 2-3 years.
Do we, the headline that crossed about the potential, or that Russia asked China to help it out in terms of military. Do you have a take on that? Do you have a thought on that?
China's got a very big, momentous decision to take. Is it going to go all the way with Putin? Is it going to follow him regardless of what he does, how many atrocities he commits, how many cities he flattens in Ukraine? Or is China going to be in some way part of the solution? They're never going to abandon Russia. They're certainly not going to be prepared to see Putin toppled in Russia. That would be a terrible signal, of course, for Xi Jinping himself. But are they going to be part of the solution in terms of things like providing humanitarian aid to Ukrainian refugees, or indeed to help in a mediation role, although I'm highly skeptical that they're in a position to do that.
Which route do you think they'll take, Andy?
I really don't know, because so much of it is this decision is increasingly occurring in the mind of one person in China, and that is Xi Jinping, and we don't have insights into how he's thinking. I would say that the chances of China deciding that it's going to go all in and become a peacemaker in the conflict is actually quite small.
Okay, I know I ask you this a lot when we have our discussions, but I do think about our audience and in terms of how this plays out. For investors who are listening, because I am curious about the New World Order in terms of companies pulling out of Russia, and would they at some point maybe start to think about pulling out of China? What is your thoughts when it comes to the investment audience and how they see it, or how they should be thinking about it?
Well, clearly the stakes in China are exponentially higher. The Chinese economy is 10 times bigger than the Russian economy. The Chinese consumer market is the most important market in the world. As a rule of thumb, half of everything sold in the world is sold in China. Nevertheless, companies too are answerable to different stakeholders. And I think China will have been very surprised and quite shocked at seeing the exodus of all of these big brands from Russia, even though, sure, it's much easier for them to exit, nevertheless, also costly.
All right, well, this is why your Saturday newsletter is a must-read. Andy, thank you so much. So much going on, and we really appreciate it. And
great to be with you, Carol. Great to be with you, Tim. Thanks for having me.
Are we allowed to even say? Not yet. Okay. Andy will be back. He's going to be back with more because he's our go-to. He's our go-to.
That's what you call a deep tease, Carol. I love it.
Andy Brown, thank you so much. Our editorial director for Bloomberg New Economy, joining us in studio.
You can sign up for in the New Economy daily newsletter. You can do that at bloomberg.com/New Economy. Let's get a check of what's going on with these markets as we get about a half hour away from the close of trading on this Monday. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, I want to know what's going on with Andy Brown with a tease like that.
Deep tease.
Exactly.
Andy's the best. You just got to stick around for everything on China with him.
Yeah, like hours, days, months, who knows? Here's what's going on. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ trading mixed right now. We've got the Dow up 9, little change there. Been a volatile session today. And again, just about 30 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The S&P down 31, down by 0.8%. NASDAQ lower by 247 points, drop right now of 1.9%. Volatility continues to dominate global trading as investors assess the latest geopolitical developments. Stocks are racing an early advance that did top 1% at one point. Again, to be clear, the S&P now lower by 32, down by 0.8%. The Dow, by the way, just turning negative, down now by just about half a point. Airlines are dealing with higher fuel costs and a pilot shortage, leading some to pare back their flight schedules. But what about the possibility of consolidation in the industry? That question today for Cowen's Helene Becker, who covers the airline industry.
My one-word answer is yes, and then my longer-winded answer is let's see what happens with the Spirit Frontier merger. We think there's no reason for it not to get done, and we think it will take most of this year, but that it will get approved. If that does go through, then I think you'll see more smaller airlines merge, the regional airlines, because that's really where you need to see consolidation more so than with the big guys.
And we do have airline stocks trading mixed right now. UAL, for example, higher by 0.2%. 0.6%. American Airlines up by 1%. Delta, though, on the minus side, down 0.4. Southwest lower by 0.6%. JetBlue up by 0.4%. Crude oil lower today by 7.3%, now at 101.38 a barrel. Brent down 6.5%, 105.39 a barrel on Brent. Spot gold down 1.8%, 19.53 the ounce. 10-year yield 2.13%. Again, recapping, equities now lower. We've got a 32-point drop in the Dow, down 0.1%. S&P down 0.9. NASDAQ hard hit today, down by 2.1%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, as we do each and every day at this time, we checked in with Bloomberg Markets correspondent Kriti Gupta, who joins us at just about a half hour to go in trading today. If you want to find Kriti's chart of the day, if you want to get Kriti's chart of the day, you can do that by sending an email to kgupta129@bloomberg.net. That's kgupta129@bloomberg.net. Kriti, your chart of the day, you gave us a little bit of a preview for it earlier. Give us the whole thing.
Yeah, well, we have to talk about transportation costs here because it wasn't too long ago we were talking about shipping costs getting really expensive. So I just decided to take another look at it. I mean, we have these geopolitical tensions. We have a port shutdown in Shenzhen, China, which is like the technology hub of China. So I was curious what that means for people who are buying things that come from that part of the world that are getting shipped, how much of that is going to show up in the cost for American consumers. So my chart of the day shows the shipping rate from China to the west coast of the United States. And you can kind of see this big kind of rise to, all the way up to September, where you had the peak in shipping rates. Then kind of these shipping rates easing a little bit, some of those inflationary pressures coming off. And then as soon as the year turns and you start to see these warnings from the United States that Russia is going to invade Ukraine, you start to see these rates increase just a little bit more. And now we actually had the CEO of FreightWaves on Bloomberg TV earlier, and he said, well, there's actually a lag time built into some of these shipping rates of 6 to 8 weeks. So sure, shipping rates are back on the rise, but give it a few weeks, you might actually see even higher rates, and that could show up in pricing.
I mean, this is the tricky part, right, in predicting pricing right now. There are so many variables, so many different ways things can go up, down. We know the moves can be kind of quick. They can be kind of we can just see them kind of go up straight in a straight line or come down. I mean, this is the tough point of where we are, Kriti, and this is why I think about the Fed meeting on Wednesday, how tough it's going to be.
Yeah, and I mean, just massive kind of kudos to the people who are trying to forecast this stuff right now, because going into the end of 2021, I mean, one of the things that has really taken me by surprise has simply been this idea that volatility was expected going into the Fed. And then for the last couple of weeks, the Fed has kind of taken a little bit of a back seat. And this is in the background of course, COVID, which is an ongoing issue where you do start to have potentially new variants. You also have these geopolitical tensions. You have surging demand, by the way. The American purchasing power is still extremely strong. And even in the face of that, you have a war and now this kind of zero COVID policy that's translating into higher costs, especially in the technology sector. And I think that, to me, is something that nobody could have forecasted a couple of months ago.
Okay, so what happens if shipping rates do continue to rise, Kriti, and it actually leads to a demand destruction because things are getting so expensive?
Well, that's one of the big fears, right? That eventually the Fed is basically going to try to target some of these kind of higher inflation. They can't target prices, right? But they are going to target demand. And the way they do that is they kind of crimp it a little bit so it's not as strong. But to your point, what happens when you have demand destruction from higher gasoline prices, higher food prices, and shipping costs on top of that? It's kind of like a double whammy. And I mean, I don't have the answer to that, I'm sorry to say, because that's really where you start to see the odds of a recession get priced in more and more. And I think there's two sides of the coin here. Some people are saying that a recession is crazy to even think about given how strong the demand is. But remember, in the 70s, which is really what this is being compared to, you had to have, or in the 80s, I should say, with Volcker, demand was so strong coming off of that, and inflation was so strong, the Fed had to send the economy into a recession just to kind of make it out alive. And I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, but that's the mentality or the historical precedent that people are kind of using to map this out right now.
I do wonder what the shipping equation is going, way out into longer term future, because I do feel like the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, like we constantly are looking at globalization, right, which has been happening over the last few decades. And you do wonder how much is ending up, Creedy, going to be brought back home domestically, where you will think about your domestic producers. I mean, China is certainly looking to do things more domestically, because of climate pressures ultimately. How much of this will change going forward? This is today, but I do wonder what the longer term story is when it comes to things like shipping and transportation, pressures on various companies and various economies.
Yeah, and I think a really good maybe forward indication of that is, I looked at kind of cargo rates, but I think an even better forecast of that is when you look at, and this is me nerding out, guys, but when you look at oil tanker rates, right, the idea of this kind of grabbing onto supply, if you look at the oil tanker rates, which basically are kind of modeled on futures pricing for oil, that's a lot of fancy talk for just saying essentially those prices are surging even faster, especially in shipping lanes out of the Black Sea, closer to the Suez Canal. Places where there are kind of those war and hot spots, those, if they are kind of a precursor to what you're going to see in global shipping rates, things aren't looking very good because those rates are hiking even faster.
Hey, Creedy, before we let you go, we've been talking a lot about shares of Apple today moving lower as a result of the COVID restrictions in China that is affecting Foxconn, one of Apple's producers. You've got your eye on a story about a key technical here.
Yeah, for me, I think, we've been talking about all the things that can go wrong in the inflationary pressure, right? This morning when I was reporting on Apple stock with this kind of headline that Foxconn was closing their China plant, the stock was actually higher. And the narrative there was that most of their supply doesn't happen and come from China. It comes from Taiwan, from Taipei in particular. But it kind of seems like it has weighed not only on Apple, but on its entire supply chain. And it looks like we have the story from Ryan Valestelic. I always mess up his name, but he's a brilliant reporter on the stocks team, and he's actually watching Apple stock hit its 200-day moving average, which, remember, Apple can sometimes be a really great predictor for what's going to happen with the broader S&P 500. If it bounces off the 200-day, does that mean you start to see some green on the screen for the broader index? Maybe.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and always good to watch technically. Right now, Apple shares down about 2.6%. They are down, though, about 15% so far this year. Our thanks to Creedy Gupta, Bloomberg Markets correspondent.
Let's head to Washington, D.C. to chat with Nancy Lyon. She's got the latest when it comes to world and national news. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. The United States is warning China and any other nation willing to support Russia either in its aggression on Ukraine or its digging itself out of financial peril. State Department spokesman Ned Price says such actions would trigger serious consequences. He also confirmed that diplomatic talks have taken place between the two nations today.
The National Security Advisor, our Assistant Secretary, our delegation met with Young Jachir and his delegation to precisely make clear our concerns and to be very candid in terms of the implications.
Ned Price did not elaborate on what actions the U.S. might take. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is requested to speak to the U.S. Congress. Bloomberg's Joe Matthew with details.
President Zelensky will be addressing Congress virtually Wednesday morning. Not just to say thank you, but it's also expected that he will request help, again, with a no-fly zone and getting hands on those military fighter jets that we've been talking about for days. They still are parked in Poland.
Bloomberg's Joe Matthew. After reviewing her qualifications and previous public statements, West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin says he cannot support Sarah Bloom Raskin's confirmation to be the Fed's vice chair of supervision. Republican Senator Pat Toomey tells Bloomberg that likely dooms her nomination.
I'm not aware of any Republican support for Ms. Raskin. I have not spoken with every last Republican colleague, so I'm not speaking for anybody, but I'm just not aware of it.
Senator Pat Toomey says he is uneasy with her actions while working for a fintech company. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic. It is Monday. We are at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We like to track what's going on with Cathie Wood. Obviously, innovation disruption plays. She's been under a lot of pressure in the last, certainly this year and really in the last year or so. She's been a frequent voice on our air, that's for sure. There's also, though, an anti-ARC ETF that's out there.
Yeah, it's called the Tuttle Capital Short Innovation ETF. The ticker is SARK, short ARC, perhaps. On Friday, the reason why we're talking about it is because something interesting happened on Friday. It actually closed higher than the ARK Innovation ETF, ARKK, for the first time. So in other words, Carol, it's become more expensive to buy shares in a fund making very short-term bets against ARK than it has to buy shares of the ETF itself.
It's interesting. This anti-ARK ETF uses swap agreements with big financial institutions that are structured to deliver the inverse of ARK Innovation's performance each day. So basically, it does bad, or the ARK Innovation does poorly, it does better.
If you say so.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, it has surged more than 55% year to date as Wood's main fund has lost 40% amid looming rate hikes and the war in Ukraine, which is obviously, as her funds turn around, that this would certainly come under pressure.
Yeah, so ARKK, which is the ARK Innovation ETF, hit a new 52-week low today. It's down another 6% today, Carol. It's at $52.25. The Tuttle Capital Short Innovation ETF, ticker SARK, is up, of course, 6%, as you would expect. It's at $60.71.
So I like tracking money flows. ARK, we know, has had a tough performance, the ARK Innovation Fund. It's still raking in tons of cash. The ETF has seen 5 straight weeks of inflows totaling roughly $1.3 billion. SARK, meantime, has seen 2 consecutive weeks of outflows.
So what does that mean?
Means investors are willing to commit more money to Cathie Wood despite the underperformance, but not so the anti-ARK ETF.
Does it say something about timeline there too? They're betting on a longer timeline.
I guess
for Cathie?
so. I guess so.
Yeah.
So we know these things can and she's got investment theory behind it.
In case you missed it, our latest Business Week podcast features Segway inventor and founder of First, Dean Kamen, on the Disney Plus documentary More Than Robots. It's about his youth robotics competition. Download it now at Bloomberg.com or wherever you get your podcasts. .345 on Wall Street. Time for Drive Time Traffic. We do it every 15 minutes right here on Bloomberg Radio. Ed Kalegi, the New England Thruway. What's going on?
Scene of an accident. The New England Thruway is Tim southbound coming in over by Bartow Avenue. 2 lanes are blocked. A heavy 10-minute ride coming down from Connor Street. Northbound, everyone slows down. Down the road on 95, once you get onto the Cross Bronx Expressway southbound by the Sheridan, there is an accident. The right lane is blocked there, and that contributes to that very heavy ride and towards the George Washington Bridge. Traveling in Manhattan, trying to get up to the bridge. It looks like the ride on the Harlem River Drive still quite snarled. It is slow pretty much up from the FDR Drive in the mid-90s. All of a sudden, the west side's a nightmare from the mid-60s all the way on up to the bridge. Outbound Holland Tunnel, a half hour. Outbound Lincoln Tunnel, that now at 20 minutes. In New Jersey, 21 southbound in Clifton. There was an accident coming in by Route 3. Bloomberg 11:30, 3-day weather. Rest of today, sunshine, high near 55. Tonight, clear, low 40. Tuesday, sunny skies, high 60 to 65. And Wednesday, mostly sunny with a high near 60. 55 degrees, mostly sunny in New York. Lowe's 100 Hometowns, which benefited more than 1 million Americans last year, is aiming to provide more impact projects this year. Nominate your hometown project in need by March 28th. Visit Lowe's.com/hometowns. With the best ride in and out of the city, I'm Ed Kalegi, Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg Business Week continues.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Oil is sinking. Stocks are dropping as volatility grips today's trading. We've got the Dow lower now by 8 points. Little change, down less than 0.1%. Truly a volatile Monday. The S&P lower by 31 points, down 0.8%. At one point, the S&P was higher by 1%. NASDAQ is slumping 247 points, down 1.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index now down by 1.7%. Spot gold down 1.7%, $19.54 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 101.38, down now by 7.3%. Among some of the names reporting earnings after the closing bell, we'll be hearing from Coupa Software, GitLab, and Vail Resorts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, folks, just about 12 minutes left, really 11 minutes left in today's trading session. We are just bouncing around our lows of the session. As Charlie mentioned, slight gain in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, but a lot of pressure on those tech names. NASDAQ, really that underperformer, down 1.9%. Great to have with us Sarah Ponczek. She's Senior Wealth Strategy Associate over at UBS Private Wealth Management League.
Our friend also.
Yeah, part of the family, I think we're going to say easily. She is on the phone from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Sarah, it is so great to have you here with us. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's so great to be back with you. And yes, definitely still part of the family. I'm glad to hear that, Carol.
That's so good to hear, Sarah. Yeah, we love having you. Hey, help us make sense of what's going on here. I mean, at one point today, the S&P 500 hit a level that we last saw in May of 2021. We're watching stocks fall to new lows in China as well. How do you take it all in, Sarah?
So the market is certainly dealing with a lot of cross currents. Top of mind right now, you have investors and markets focused on the geopolitical stress between Russia and Ukraine. And on top of all of that, it is Fed Week, which we know has been coming for quite a long time now, but the Federal Reserve is expected to raise interest rates for the first time since 2018. And we see that rippling through the markets once again today. I mean, you see the NASDAQ, for example, back in a bear market, down more than 20%. We see tech stocks and high valuation companies really taking the brunt of the selling. But to your question of how do you make sense of it all? How do you take it all in? And this is something that we've been really reminding our clients of, because if you zoomed out and you looked at the past couple of years, ever since March 2020, when COVID really sent markets crashing, and then they just came right back up, we've all been spoiled, and we've all been made to feel as though markets only trend in one direction, when we all know the reality is it's not true. And there's a statistic that we've really been gravitating to lately, and that is if you actually look at the S&P 500's average intra-year decline going back 4 decades, that amount is actually a decline of 14%. The S&P 500 hasn't even fallen that amount this year. Granted, we're very close to that number, but we haven't quite hit that yet. And if you actually look at history, okay, well then, what's happened after that? Do we continue to fall? Usually 80%, in 80% of those years, the index actually ended higher. So it just goes to show that volatility is very uncomfortable. It doesn't feel normal when you're in the midst of it, especially after the past couple of years. but that can help to put it in perspective that, you can't have reward without risk.
Yeah, the interesting part is, right, and we've talked a lot about, this, Sarah, that in an environment, especially when the Fed starts to raise rates, typically that ends up being good for stocks. The problem is the outliers. We just talked with Martin Shanahan over in Ireland, who's responsible for bringing in foreign direct investment into his country. Nobody had this on their radar, that in terms of the Russian invasion into Ukraine and the amount of volatility and now questions about the outlook for the rest of the year. Like all of a sudden, we've really got to figure out how this changes things. How does that factor in? What are the questions that your clients over at UBS are asking?
No, you're absolutely right. This muddies the outlook because not only do we have a Federal Reserve that is now going to be increasing interest rates, but at the same time, when we think about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that has major implications for global growth. It has major implications for the inflation outlook. And we all know at this point that the Federal Reserve is so unilaterally focused on inflation. So the concern is that do we see the scenario in which growth begins to decline, and yet we still see the Federal Reserve forced to hike interest rates pretty severely because of the inflationary outlook. Now, with that said, though, we still do believe that the Federal Reserve can pull this off. We all know they're stuck in a very, very difficult position right now. But right now, if you look at what the market's pricing about 150 basis points of interest rate increases this year, considering the fact that interest rates right now are set pretty much as low as you can go unless you go negative. Monetary policy will still be very accommodative. And I know we've been talking about TINA. There is no alternative to equities for quite some time now. It's still difficult when you see interest rates, if they rise to between 1% and 2%, people are still going to need to go out on the risk curve and get income from somewhere.
And where's that going to be?
So at this point, we are telling investors to position for a rising interest rate. So if we're talking about fixed income, we would say maybe look to areas of the market that have a floating rate structure. So that could be senior loans. Also, if you can handle illiquidity, we've been looking to private credit, for example. So these are areas of the market, investors or companies that make loans to private companies. They have higher interest rates typically, and they are floating rates. So if interest rates rise, that doesn't necessarily hurt you quite as much. And on the equity side, we're still fans of large cap value, talk about financials, energy, consumer discretionary, industrials, for example. So areas of the market that still should benefit relatively in a rising interest rate environment.
Well, and when it comes to the energy markets, I mean, we've seen, tremendous runs, Sarah, in that area, certainly over the last year or so. I mean, it's up already 33% this year. And we get it. We understand why, because of the volatility, but really the strains on the energy markets. Is this a long-term play, even as we continue to see the world move away from fossil fuel? We know it's going to take time.
It really is pretty unbelievable to watch, especially considering the fact that back when I was working with the two of you, we were talking about oil prices going negative. So
right.
How times have changed.
A strange trip. And the way that we look at energy markets is we wouldn't say to completely throw your portfolio allocation out of whack with a long-term energy play. The way we more so see it right now is if you're looking for a type of hedge for your portfolio, what could that hedge be? Well, maybe introducing some energy equities, maybe introducing a broad-based commodity strategy, for example, that could help act as a hedge. But even just as we've seen in the past couple of weeks, it is really, really difficult to forecast energy prices. And if you're caught on the wrong side of that with too high of an allocation, that could throw you off.
Sarah, a client comes to you with some new money to deploy. How do you get into the market right now? Do you think that it's the type of environment where you dollar cost average, that there is still room to find value, it's going to go lower? Or do you say this is such a great opportunity, what we're seeing right now, it's time to get in?
It is a great question, and I would say if we're talking about equities right now, we would still say it makes sense, the dollar cost average. You, especially in the midst of such historic volatility that we're seeing right now, you don't want to throw a really large chunk of cash into the market all at once. So help yourself out and dollar cost average in. At the same time, though, you don't want a big chunk of cash sitting in, well, you don't want a chunk of cash sitting in cash, I should say, when inflation is running at 7.9%, the highest in 40 years. So, you still need to be invested, but you can moderate your risks by spreading out that investment over a period of time.
Where don't you want to be?
Where don't you want to be? That is a great question. I would say we're not fans of sitting in cash right now just because of inflation right now. You have no chance whatsoever. And at the same time, as of right now, we're still not at UBS big fans of government credit.
Yeah.
We still like a very diversified core bond allocation. But if we had to really pick one place in the market, we're more so focused right now on areas of the market that can outperform amid rising interest rates.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. So great to hear your voice and so great to have you join us. Sarah Ponczek, Senior Wealth Strategy Associate at UBS Private Wealth Management. Of course, former colleague here at Bloomberg. She is joining us on the phone from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
We miss her.
Yeah, we do.
I can say that, right?
Yes, you can.
Sarah
yes, you
Ponczek,
can.
come back anytime, and she will. I love looking up there and seeing her on Bloomberg TV, too.
I agree. Fun to get her perspective. Continue to get it on the market. Speaking of the markets, we're bouncing around our lows of this session. So what does that mean? We're down about 30 points on the S&P, up about 3 on the Dow, NASDAQ down about 256. Right now, though, we're going to head over to our TV team for Beyond the Bell on radio, TV, and YouTube. We are counting you down to the close on this Monday.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick, Taylor Riggs, Gina Martin-Adams in for Caroline Hyde, counting you down to the closing bell. And here to help take us beyond the bell, it's our global simulcast, Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic. We welcome in our audiences across Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube. And Carol, another wild day here, another down day here.
Yeah, absolutely. Down across the board. In fact, the Dow just bouncing back between green and red as we have a few minutes left. One of the groups, though, that's a standout. We mentioned it earlier in our cross-platform coverage, financials. I've been looking at the KBW Bank Index, really benefiting from those higher rates. That group, Tim, up about 1.7%.
Okay, well, the S&P 500 down about 0.7%, 0.8% now, but earlier in the day, falling to levels last seen in May of 2021, just to give you an idea of how far we've come from those highs earlier this year.
What I don't like to see is the small cap index sort of giving it up today. Small caps down about 2%, sort of really contrasts with the trend that had been developing over the course of the last week or so, where small caps were stabilizing relative to large caps, indicating that maybe some risk tolerance might emerge. We don't like to see small caps falling more.
And you wonder why that is, because you're certainly getting that reflationary, inflationary trade today. I was sort of distracted as I was looking at sort of the superlatives, Romaine. We're looking at the biggest one-day increase in 10-year yields since March of 2020. On a weekly note, of course, we just had a big volatile week last week, but on some of the daily moves, at least on the 10-year, it's pretty big.
And when you look at the levels, of course, we're back to sort of mid-2019 levels. But more importantly, we're back to levels, above levels of where we were prior to the war in Ukraine. So this is a market that was already pricing in an aggressive Fed prior to that. That trade unwound, but now it's come back with a vengeance here. And of course, we saw a little bit earlier Fed swaps indicating 25 basis point rate hikes being priced into this market.
7.082.
That's right. Well, happy Pi Day to all those who celebrate here. March 14th, 2022. You're looking at a Dow Jones Industrial Average that, after a pretty wild swing, looks like it's going to finish the day unchanged, up less than 1 point. The S&P 500 is going to finish the day down for a third straight day, down 0.7% or 31 points. The NASDAQ Composite down about 263 points or 2%. And as Gina Martin-Adams was just pointing out here, interesting moves today in the Russell 2000. Some of those small cap cyclical names really turning over. The Russell, Carol, down about 1.9% on the day.
Yeah, smart focus on the small caps. I'm just going to go back to the large caps, the S&P 500, 219 names gaining in the session, a little bit more to the downside, 284 to be exact, Taylor.
And it's 3.14159, and then I forget the rest of the numbers in that. So Romaine will have
Is that like having 2.1 kids? Like, what is that 0.1 kid?
You'll have to fact check me on what happens after the 14159.
You got to be precise.
Yeah, but come on.
Precise. We'll get precise for you here for our radio audience as we do on some of the individual sector levels. Again, we go sort of down 2 levels to get better size and scope on the S&P 500. And Romaine talked a lot about, well, maybe sort of the lack of breadth that we have today. And you sort of see that as you have green and then you do have red for some of the losers. Interestingly, something we've been talking all about today with the big inflation, re-lift up in yields. Banks and some of the dividend financials are some of the best performers. You're up anywhere from 1% to 2% on the day. We go down to the losers remain, and it's sort of that classic risk off. It's energy, semiconductors, auto components. Those are off anywhere from 3 to 3.5%.
All right, and just a headline, just getting confirmation now. The NASDAQ 100 down 21% from its all-time high, the first time that it's closed in bear market territory going back to March of 2020. Of course, the pandemic ructions, Carol, to be precise, it's 21.2794%.
Yeah. Because we have to be precise, because it is
it's
math.
Pi Day.
It's important. It's Pi Day. Let me take a look at some of the gainers here. We had two names in the vaccine universe certainly winning, and that's because of the uptick that we've seen in cases over in China, the lockdown of major communities there. We've also seen an uptick in cases in Germany. We had the story about sewage water, watching it here in the United States, maybe an indicator of possible uptick cases here in the U.S. Anyway, so Moderna atop that list, 8.6% higher. It was up as much as 20% earlier in the session. BioNTech, the German biotech company, it was up about 18% at its highs today, finishing, though, still with a 12% gain. And I wanted to mention EPAM Systems is constantly, it feels like, in the news. A lot of volatility, right?
This looks dangerous.
People
dialing back into this now?
I don't get it. It's still down about 70% so far this year. It's up another 10% today. I think the short interest has come down, though, remain on this one. It's just about 1%. But we know the story. A lot of workers in Ukraine. The CEO is under criticism, but trying to figure out what the future is for this company.
Well, no shortage of decliners today. I want to start with a couple superlatives. The worst performer in terms of points, dragging down the S&P 500 today. Apple sinking 2.7%, closing at its lowest level since November 15th. Shares dropping below their 200-day moving average. This after Foxconn halted operations at its Shenzhen sites.
That's a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
I mean,
but Apple has a couple things going for it here. One is the decline in hardware sales in the first quarter of the year, right? There's kind of this lull here post-holiday.